Oh my god, we're back. Are we back? I see the username. Yes. Yes! We fucking did it. Oh my god. We're so good. Everything's fine. Okay, so last stream, I was on a nice rabbit hole of reading the news and looking at all the exciting things that are going on. So many exciting things happening in the world. It never ends. It literally never ends. If it did end, imagine if exciting things stopped happening. How fucking boring that would be. That'd be miserable. You want exciting things to happen all the time. When exciting things happen, everything's alright. So, with all these things happening, you gotta get educated. You gotta read the news. Okay? You gotta figure it out. It's your duty to do so. No. Things happen, okay? You know, it's funny. The Peter Thiel was just on Joe Rogan. Peter Thiel was just on Joe Rogan, and he himself said nothing ever happens. I wonder if I can find it. If I look up like Peter Thiel, nothing ever happens. Peter Thiel did a Reddit AMA 9 years ago. Nothing happens. Joe Rogan. Oh, that chat is kind of obnoxiously in the way of my Googling. No, I'm gonna get content. I'm gonna get content ID if I watch Joe Rogan. That's so annoying. It's so annoying. He is orange pill, but Peter Thiel was on Joe Rogan before? Episode 1056. Oh wait, no, that's not Joe Rogan. Anyway, he talks about how nothing ever happens. He says, in this generation, nothing ever happens. And it's true. It's true. And it's actually that things happen at such a frequency that we actually can't grasp what happens anymore. Things just happen nonstop. But what is it happening? Is it happening like... When I think of a happening, I'm thinking somebody is like... Like, I can't go to work tomorrow, right? You know, what do people mean by happen? I think that's what they mean. If I were to guess what they mean, it would be... It would be that. It would be that, Awesome. Like, you wake up tomorrow and you can't go to work because whatever has happened is preventing you from going to work, you know? COVID felt a lot like that. COVID was the time something almost happened. But you know what? I think people really misunderstand what a happening is. Because, like, when World War II broke out, you know, when Pearl Harbor was invaded, or when Pearl Harbor was bombed, it's not like people woke up and, like, couldn't go to work, right? They still went to work and school. Like, the country didn't stop. Even in Europe, like, in the height of the war, people still went to... I saw this video. Someone was showing me this video from Kiev. Nightclub. Nightlife. Somebody sent me this video of people dancing in Kiev, and they're like, you think this war is real? Look at what they're doing in Kiev. I'm like, what do you mean? It's just like a city. Like, it's not like the country is being destroyed on a mass level. People still do stuff. Like, what do you expect them to do? Like, live in their shelter in their fucking basements and eat canned beans until Russia leaves? Like, it's still a country.
Hello guys, Olga with you today, and now
Yeah, I just fell in love.
After 9 p.m. because people used to think that in Ukraine people here doing
Never mind. Yeah, I take that back. Never mind.
scared of all the things, sitting at home probably, have no enjoyment in this life during the last 2 years. So let us just walk on the street of Kiev and see what's happening.
This looks nice. Damn, Kiev looks nice. I don't see any Fent Maxers. I don't see any poo-poo on the street. I don't see any needles. And everywhere in Europe has these like green light up pharmacy signs. I noticed this in Athens too. It's very commonplace. If there's any southern Eastern Europeans in the chat, can someone explain to me why these green pharmacy signs are such a thing over there? Because it was literally all over Athens. Like these very specific. It's like a barber shop almost. The way barber shops all use the same poles. Damn. Yeah, I gotta fucking. I like. My mic is very loud and clipping. What if I do this? What if I do that? And what if I turn the gain down a little bit? How's that? Too quiet now? What if I turn it up a little? What if I right there? How's that? How's that? That should be good. Cool. Fine? Just fine? Come on. I hate when things are just fine. Dope. No, I know it's just to signify the pharmacy is there. Yeah, but it's just this specific kind of sign is just really common in Eastern Europe. Come on, man. Why are we... I'm so sick of the West cope. Ooga booga skibbity poo poo. Congratulations, you have reached a research and scripting prowess to the point where you're able to rebrand a normal afternoon night, and people get to pay. Rebrand the normal afternoon night and get people to pay you to spend it. What? I'm having a stroke reading that. Good crowd. All right. Let's put the time. We got 54 minutes and 16 seconds left on the clock. Let's put that back up. Still taking you're monetizing being normal. Still taking you can still pick the site. I'm still reading. It was the DNC today. Rate to Reuters. I really want to... I know so little. I wish things would happen. I wish things would happen where I would understand them. Like this sentence. I don't know what a super PAC is. You know? Can I do a poll, actually? I'm going to do a little poll. Thank you for the 250. How do I do... Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Let's do a little poll here. See how retarded I am. Let's see. Because I don't know. I'm going to find out. Because that just sounds like a thing. That absolutely should be a thing I understand. All right, we are at 50. Are we really 50-50? 52. 29 votes. So we're half and half. I'm sure. Chat voting yes to act smart. Well, I'm sure. Is this an American thing or is this a global thing? Can all 50-50? Damn, it's really down the middle. Super PAC. Political Action Committee. Okay. American thing. So it's probably all the Americans know what a PAC is. Is there Canadian? Oh, let's start with this. Joe Biden is the son. PAC equals piss and cum. You're so fucking right, dude. You're so correct. In the let me just yeah. In the United States, a political action committee is a tax-exempt 527 organization that pools campaign contributions from members and donates those funds to campaigns for or against candidates, ballot initiatives, or legislation. The legal term PAC was credited in pursuit of campaign finance reform in the United States. Democracies of other countries use different terms for the units of campaign spending or spending on political competition. See political finance. At the U.S. federal level, an organization becomes a PAC when it receives or spends more than $1,000 for the purpose of influencing a federal election. Interesting. This is one of those things I find it really funny, and it's always I'm always seeing it from conservatives. It's funny that so much of my Twitter is conservative, but it's done the opposite effect that it usually has, where I'm not getting pilled on anything or becoming more conservative. I'm becoming less. I should write that into my video. I think it's a very funny phenomenon is that my Twitter is so conservative and all it's doing is making me hate conservatives more because they're so fucking whiny. There we go. Are we actually so 50-50 PAC? Interesting. Yeah, they're so whiny, and the way they talk about like hired actors and shit, and they're like, look at the Kamala campaign is hiring actors to show up to rallies. I'm like, I'm sure they are, okay, but how is anything else that happens in the U.S. federal in the U.S. election process any less ethical or or any more ethical or more democratic than hiring? That's the least concerning thing a politician could do is hire actors for a photo op at a rally. That is the least concerning thing a politician could do for me. You hired a bus of people to look good in images of your rally. That's the moral crime you're whining about. What's up?
I hear you ranting about conservatives.
No, I'm seeing a lot of stuff on Twitter about Kamala Harris hiring actors. A little. Greg, are these snack conscious or Wise Bites?
They're snack conscious. Wise Bites fucking suck.
Wise Bites fucking suck.
Snack conscious is awesome.
These are snack conscious. Look, my audience, half and half. Oh, we're getting more no's. Now we're getting more no's. Be honest.
Super PAC is what happens when Pac-Man gets the super pill, right? And he starts eating the ghosts.
Yeah, I think JJ told me that.
Oh yeah.
Gays are so skibbity.
Shreg, your friend is a massive chud. Chud alert, I'm Indians. He is Indian.
Chud alert, I'm Indians. Greg.
What are you ranting about here?
Okay, so I've seen a lot of stuff on Twitter about people accusing Kamala Harris of hiring actors to show up to rallies. Mm-hmm. Okay? And I'm saying that if that were to be the case, I would not be surprised, and it would actually be like the least concerning thing as far as garnering influence artificially that a politician could do. Someone doing that, like you hired like 40 people to show up to your rally to make it look packed. That's like that's what you're concerned with. You're not concerned with like any of the fucking lobbying or all the things, all the money that people put in place to get certain politicians in power.
Yeah.
You're not concerned with that.
Yeah.
You're concerned about Kamala Harris hiring random Chinese people from New York to show up to a rally on a bus to look good in a photo.
Yeah, that's sounds about right.
That's where the conservatives are at. That's where the fucking
I think that's a good reason why politics will just kind of death spiral into nothingness. The more and more as time goes on,
Yeah.
instead of people actually talking about anything substantive. You know, Kamala hasn't released anything about her policies yet.
Yeah, her only policy actually that she's released is one of Trump's, no tax on tips.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
The only policy she's released is the same one that Trump is advocating for.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Yeah. It's funny that Steven Crowder actually had a funny bit on this, where it's like this is her only campaign promise so far, her only policy, and it's the same as Trump's, and she's also already in power, like she's already in office currently.
Yeah.
So she's like that. That policy is like she's campaigning against herself.
She's campaigning on a little carrot on a stick in front of you.
Yeah.
Like, just a little bit more.
Drag Chudark.
Oh, I'm chudded. I'm chudded to the gills.
Are you?
I'm a big chud. What are you talking about?
What's
No one's chuddier than me.
what's the opposite of maxing?
Minning?
Minning? Yeah, looks minning.
I'm looking.
Greg's gonna looks min. He's gonna get his he's gonna get his shins. How much can you suck your jaw in? Look at this. Look at the side profile.
Oh, that's pretty bad.
Oh, she had more released earlier. That was yesterday.
She had more what?
She has more policy.
Okay.
Yesterday. It was
But I want to complain.
$6,000 tax credit for new parents was one of them.
That's also Trump's.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
I was reading through these the other night. I was thinking it would be so genius if she just stole Trump's entire campaign, but she's not an old man.
Right.
That's like,
She does Trump, but she's a brown woman.
yeah.
Right.
She's like not. She's not like a geriatric,
The next-
silent
You
generation
can quote
old
me on this.
billionaire.
The next Trump will be a brown woman.
The next Trump will be a brown woman.
And she'll close the border and gun down the climate refugees. But it'll be like woke.
That would be okay if the Democratic Party had the actual foresight and marketing smarts to do that, to pull that off, to be like, oh wait, we can just like do all the shit that the populists want, but we'll just get a brown woman to do it. So so women in New York are like, hell yeah, Kamala Harris, K-Hive, you know,
Yeah.
that's genius. That's literally fucking genius.
Yeah.
Yeah, I applaud them. That's great.
The next Führer will be a black woman.
Do you support Israel or Pakistan? Why those two?
Kamala does not have the N-word pass. She is fucking anti. I have no idea if Glitch Kurt is an Indian or just not making fun of Indians or something.
I really want Kamala Harris to say the N-word.
Yeah?
Really bad. I want her to be like a... That would be it.
That heals the country.
That would be the final piece of the puzzle. She
Yeah.
steals Trump's entire campaign, but she's not an old white guy. She's she's a brown woman, and then she just says the N-word.
Right.
It's like it's unprompted and not in context to anything. She just
She
like
also wants to stop
and just says
companies
it.
from
Right,
price
right, right.
gouging food and give first-time home buyers $25,000. Also an arms embargo to Israel, which isn't a ceasefire, but is something.
Arms embargo to Israel. Stop companies from price gouging food. Oh yeah, that was a big
Okay,
that was a big
sounds
one
unique.
too.
That sounds like
First
unique.
time home buyers $25,000
Oh, cool.
credit. Yeah, and I think it was just like a $6,000 stipend or like stimulus for people who have kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
That's it though. I mean like, and then Trump's just so pro-Israel. Like Trump's losing in so many levels.
Yeah.
He's not winning. He's not winning his base.
Yeah.
There's no.
Well, I mean, his base is it's like his younger base is anti-Israel, like the Fuentes types. But
Yeah.
his boomer base loves Israel. So it's kind of like if you alienate the boomer base, it's like I guess they just calculated there's more. And he's a boomer himself, so obviously he leans pro-Israel.
Where is your geopolitical horseshoe theory? What do I look up to find that chart?
Geopolitics, horseshoe theory. That should bring it up. Images? Yeah.
This. Okay. So, see this? The right. This feels like it should be smaller. Like that Israel zone on the right should be like really small. Like the Israel zone in general should be really tiny. I feel like only really like moderate centrists like Israel. Anybody on any other end doesn't like Israel.
Yes.
Like when I think for me, conservative is like synonymous with being anti-Israel. Like my perspective on conservatism from my engagement with it should be anti-Israel.
Right, that's wrong though, because a conservative is pro-Israel.
I know, but it's like I don't see that though. Like
That's because you're on far right Twitter. Like your entire feed is reactionary.
No.
I mean that's just the case. Like if you're a neoconservative, if you're like a center right person like JJ is, you're like the biggest Israel stan in the world. But those people are not young. Like Zoomers are more extreme. The Zoomers, the people that we follow, they're more far right, and then they, are anti-Israel. Ooh, this one's fun.
Do you like this one?
So in the middle, you're pro-China, because China is the status quo. But on the left and the right, you're more pro-Taiwan. But then on the real extreme ends, then you become pro-China again. That's fascinating.
Is the center pro-China?
Well, it's just like this is the way things are right now.
Oh, isn't it? This is a good one. Wait. This one makes more sense to me. I don't know anyone who's
Yeah. Well, this one makes more sense to me as well. But I kind of like the idea that like a true centrist, like right in the middle of that chart, would be like China, because like that right now things are China. Like right now the UN doesn't recognize Taiwan or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So the status quo actually is pro-China. This is too many words on it.
Yeah, a leftist made that.
Actually, a leftist made the original.
And there's us.
There's us. There's us.
That's us.
There's us on a high-performing video of mine that I need to do more of.
300.
Can you believe that was like almost a year ago?
380,000 views. No, it was not. It was 9 months. Almost a year is that's 10 months territory.
Okay.
Yeah. And this guy. And that guy.
And Ben Shitty. Our mutual friend, Ben Shitty.
JJ McCullough, Mr. Beats, 10 questions. What am I just? I'm just looking at.
Okay, go back to what you were doing before.
Okay.
I'll leave you to it.
Okay. All right, so political action. Oh man, I got 100 concurrent, man. I'm doing these streams have been so nice recently. Also, thank you for the 420 tip earlier. Greatly appreciate that. A baby could have been born since the vid was made. What is the Hegelian Zionist anti-centrist take on peanut butter? The Hegelian Zionist anti-centrist take on peanut butter is that peanut butter is actually bad. Peanut butter is not good for you. It is a seed oil paste, and it tastes good, and it's not good. It's just like empty calories. The density, the caloric density of peanut butter could be achieved if you're looking for raw calories with any other healthier fat, beef tallow, olive oil, coconut oil, even. Without the added seed oil. If you buy peanuts from the grocery store, like the regular Kraft shit, it's full of canola oil. If you buy the natural peanut butter, Will Trump's tweeting. You buy the natural peanut butter, it's just peanuts. It's still peanut. It's polyunsaturated. They're not good for you. It's high in omega-6. It inhibits your intake of omega-3. Makes you depressed. Come on, let's not do that. Peanut butter bad. Be rich and don't eat peanut butter. Do you still eat keto? I have been. Oh, don't get me talking about fucking food though. Peanut. There's other nuts that are way higher in protein than peanut butter. Peanut butter. The benefit, the protein density in peanut butter would not justify the amount of protein you can get from it. I think it's like 4 or 5, like 5 or 6 grams, maybe a tablespoon. I think like only 4 or 5 grams of protein per tablespoon of peanut butter. To eat like 20 grams of protein, which you could get from like 5 slices of prosciutto, 1 protein shake. 1 protein shake is the same calories as 1 tablespoon of peanut butter. and you're getting 5 times the amount of protein from a protein shake, just 1 scoop of whey protein. If you wanted to get that much protein out of peanut butter, you'd be looking at like 500 calories, which is like for most people, like a 25% or like 20% of their entire daily caloric intake in just peanut butter. So, fuck it, garbage. Do not fuck with peanut butter. Sunflower lectin, is that considered a bad seed oil? I don't know much about lecithin. Lecithin, is that what it's pronounced? I don't know much about lecithin. I try not to fuck with seeds at all. Like, I'll eat them if they're in shit, but I just really like the issue with seed oil. The big issue with seed oil is that it's in everything. If you're buying any packaged good and you're not reading the labels, or you're eating out, you're going to be consuming, like, on average 3, 4, 5 tablespoons, like 4 or 5 tablespoons of seed oil a day, right? Which no human was ever built to consume that much polyunsaturated fat. And it's not like it's bad for you in moderation. In moderation, it's fine, but it's just like we're so dense with it. It's all we eat. It's in everything we eat. Literally everything we eat. You got like at least one person from this chat. One person from this chat. Tomorrow, like next time you do grocery shopping, just look at, if you don't do this already, look at the labels of the food you eat. You will find it will be vegetable, canola, palm kernel, corn, sunflower, safflower, any of the peanut oil as well, any of those oils, especially those first 5, the palm kernel, vegetable, canola, sunflower, safflower. Look for it in your food. It's in everything. Literally everything. Like milkshakes. If you buy like bottled milkshakes out of the fridge at the drugstore, seed oil. Oreos, anything that comes in a fucking box, anything that comes in a bag, bread. Anytime you eat out, anything that's fried or cooked on a griddle is cooked in seed oil. We consume so much of it just unconsciously. It's in everything we eat. And there's some evidence that it's, for example, I can never find this study, but this is a real study. The average calories consumed per day in the U.S. hasn't gone up in like 20 years in any significant way. Like it's gone up as the country gets more and more developed. It goes up, so it's going up all over the world. The average calories consumed per day for America has not gone up in a very long time, but the obesity rate keeps going up, right? So it's either we're exercising less and less, which doesn't really track to be true because fitness is an ever-growing industry, and everyone I fucking know works out in some way right now. But it makes sense that the quality of our food is causing us is destroying our metabolism in some way. And seed oil is one of those things. Like it's you can cut out seed oil. It's not that hard to do. If you're just eating whole foods and reading your labels, you can cut out seed oil. This isn't like some massive, complicated diet thing you have to pull off. I'm not telling you to only eat like rotated crop, no pesticide, no GMO, like locally grown organic produce, right? It's just don't eat seed oil. If you can do that for a week, it's crazy how bad it is for you. Seriously, recommend everyone to cut it out. It's so easy. Be a dick. Go to a restaurant and like ask. It's fine. Just be like, oh, is there canola oil in your salad dressing? Is that deep fried? Do you use canola oil in your griddle? If you can't use it, please don't use it. Like it's fine. No one gives a fuck. I've worked at restaurants for years. They just do it. But be that person. Stand up for yourself. Stand up for your fucking health. I don't eat half foods. I don't know what that means. Cook everything in butter as well. Please cook everything in butter. Butter, beef tallow. I think there's not that kind of working Southern Europe yet. Everyone is so skinny. Oh yeah, the shit. Like the olive oil mayo will still have seed oil in it. It will say things that are like have olive oil will have like 10% olive oil. It will still be seed oil. Olive oil is great. Olive oil is great. Look up monounsaturated versus polyunsaturated fats. Polyunsaturated fats oxidize a lot faster. What you want is monounsaturated.
Seed oil paranoia is a fad. Justify yourself, Betty.
No. I don't like the vibes. Here we go. Monounsaturated fats. I do not like the vibes of seed oil. It was left over, especially canola oil was engine lubricant that Canada manufactured for World War I, and we had so much left over that we started cooking with it. So it was not even manufactured to be eaten in the beginning. All fats provide 9 calories per gram. Monounsaturated fats can have a positive effect on your health when eaten in moderation. The bad fats, trans fats, non-tropical. Yeah, canola, peanuts. These olive oil is the one you want. Avocados as well. Beef tallow, butter. Coconut is a good one as well. They're all monounsaturated. Anyway, I don't fucking trust. Anyway, cut it out. Cooking with lard goes hard. It does. The video, yeah, canola oil being made is fucking disgusting. What is this? There's some nice monounsaturated, some salmon. God damn, some salmon. I don't know why the Southern Europeans are so skinny. I don't know what the fuck we do wrong in this country. Because I feel like I work out so... I could work out more, but I'm a very active... Oh, we're at 110 concurrent. Thank you guys very much. Please like the stream if you're here. I work out quite frequently. And I'm still pretty, like, I'm not lean in any sense. I'm probably like 18, like 20% body fat. Like, I'm not a lean guy. I'm pretty strong, and like I'm generally healthy. Like, I can run. I can outrun most people. I can outlift most people. I do Muay Thai. I'm very agile. But I'm still fat. Like, I'm not lean at all. No one would think I'm built big. I look visibly big, like strong. I think people would guess I'm active, but I don't think anyone would guess that I like do cardio frequently. I do cardio very frequently. I always put in every day. I always put in 12K steps, usually more. Yeah, it's weird. Like, I don't know, when I look at people in Europe who just like don't do anything, or like people I know who don't do anything and they still remain skinny. I cannot lose weight. We have insulin. Deep fried butter and deep fried Oreos in the States are probably fried in what oil? Canola. That'd be canola or vegetable oil, which is just a mix of like corn, soy, canola, safflower, sunflower. Vegetable oil is usually just some fucking gross conglomerate of all of them combined. Our Chad's a bore. Post fat ass body is OP. Oh my god. Stress, bro. Stress makes us fat. I believe that. Although I wouldn't call myself... I'm not a very stressed out person. I'm pretty stressed out, actually. I think about like money constantly. Also, if anyone in this chat if anyone watching is fat, like I mean like a big boy, you know, I'm 6 feet tall, 200. If anyone here is like 250, like a big person, and you're losing weight or you're currently working out, for the love of fucking God, if you can implement a strong powerlifting leg day into your routine, by the time you get skinny, you will have the best legs. Like, it's insane how fast. Because my heaviest was 270. My heaviest was 270. And your legs have to carry that around, right? Like, my legs are massive. Because when I started doing squats, like really heavy squats, it's like all that muscle just came back. Like, it's really hard to lose muscle once you gain it, contrary to popular belief. Like, if you get really jacked and then you stop going to the gym, when you start going to the gym again, you'll put that muscle back on really, really fast. Your muscles always want to be as like the biggest they ever were. So as long as you're doing minimal training, you're not going to lose the muscle you have. But yeah, when I started doing leg days, it was like immediate. Like, my legs just exploded. I went from a 150 squat to a 335 is my PR right now. I was out of the gym for a while. I'm just getting back, so I'm working my squat back up. But yeah, 150 to 335 in a year because my legs were already so big. Does anyone even care about the Arbiter and Master Chief anymore? I love that. Just fucking no context. That one's so good. Muay Thai. You ever hit a proper runner's high? Yo, my god. Runner's high is insane. Oh my god, I love a fucking runner's high. Jesus Christ. I gotta run more. It's more of a time issue for me. If you've never lived before 40 years old and you will never be strong and should just rope max. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's scary. Start lifting now. Please start lifting now. Please, if you haven't lifted and if any of you want to lift and you have not started lifting and you're young, start lifting right. Like, just do it tomorrow. Like, it's the best time to do it. You will never regret starting. You'll never regret going to the gym. And it's like, that's the thing that always gets me to the gym when I really don't want to. Besides not having time, I fucking work too hard. But just when I'm like, fuck, man, there's no way you're gonna walk into that gym being like, oh god, I wish I did something else. Like, you'll always be so grateful and so happy you went to the gym, no matter what you did. So get in the gym. Always get in the gym. Oh, we got here. Not a man used to be obese, started kickboxing. Fuck yeah. Kickboxing. It's like playing song. Yes. Never kill yourself. The best time I planted a tree was yesterday. The best time is right now. It's true. But 60% of you don't know what a super PAC is. And I am included in that. So now we're going to talk about super PACs. Here, so it is the U.S. federal level. An organization becomes a political action committee when it receives or spends more than $1,000 for the purposes of influencing a federal election and registers with the Federal Election Commission, the FEC. According to the Federal Election Campaign Act, as amended by the Bipartisan Campaign Reform Group of 2002, also known as the McCain-Feingold Act, at the state level, an organization becomes a PAC according to the state's election laws. So, leadership PACs, super PACs, here we go. Super PACs, officially known as Independent Expenditure Only Political Action Committees, are unlike traditional PACs in that they may raise unlimited amounts from individuals, corporations, unions, and other groups to spend on, for example, ads overtly advocating for or against political candidates. However, they are not allowed to either coordinate with or contribute directly to candidate campaigns or political parties. Super PACs are subject to the same organizational reporting and public discourse requirements of traditional PACs. Super PACs are made possible by 2 judicial decisions in 2010. Ooh, it was recent. Ah, come on. Stay in here. Don't leave because U.S. politics are depressing. This is important. We're gonna learn these terms, and then when you read articles, you're gonna know the term, and you're gonna read the term super PAC, and you're gonna go, oh, I know what that is, and you're gonna understand it. This is cultural literacy. This is what really Gen Z is lacking. I think if we want to talk about the conspiracy, I feel like I'm just starting and stopping this timer so arbitrarily. If you're new to the stream right now, it's $1 for 1 minute of reading the news. And this is left over from the last stream, 42 minutes. So we got to keep going. PACs. Yeah, Gen Z, we want to talk about like conspiracy brained and how conspiracy brained Gen Z is. It is, we're very intelligent. I think the average young person's very intelligent. And I think getting that into the weeds with conspiracies is intelligence with not enough information. Like, you have the pattern recognition abilities to understand things at a higher level, but you don't have the information to put the right pieces in the right place. So it's very important just like to get educated on the right things. Like, JJ talks a lot about cultural literacy. Cultural literacy is so important. It's just knowing basic things. Like, you just have to understand basic things, which a lot of us don't. Super PACs were made possible by 2 judicial decisions in 2010, the aforementioned Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission, and 2 months later, SpeechNow.org versus FEC. In SpeechNow.org, the Federal Court of Appeals for the DC Circuit held that PACs that did not make contributions to candidates, parties, or other PACs could accept unlimited contributions from individuals, unions, and corporations, both for-profit and not-for-profit, for the purpose of making independent expenditures. Did not make... Okay. So if you're a PAC... Okay, so if you're a political action committee and you don't make contributions to candidates, parties, or other PACs, you can have unlimited contributions. You can get unlimited money. The result of the Citizens United and Speech Now.org decisions was the rise of a new type of political action committee in 2010, popularly dubbed the Super PAC. In an open meeting in July 22, 2010, the FEC approved 2 advisory opinions to modify FEC policy and ordinance with legal decisions. These advisory opinions were issued in response to requests from 2 existing PACs, the Conservative Club for Growth and the Liberal Common Sense 10, later named Senate Majority PAC. Their advisory opinions gave a sample wording letter which all super PACs must submit to qualify for the deregulated status, and such letters continue to be used by super PACs up to the present date. FEC Chairman Stephen T. Walther. Ooh, a guy. Wait. Little side skirt here. Let's see what this guy does. Let's see. He has been interesting. Born, independent, University of Notre Dame, Berkeley. Okay. Career, Bachelor of Arts in Russian. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, enough of that. I was hoping that guy would be like really sketchy. Our PACs in Canada, I do not think, I don't know, I gotta look that up. For you. And then I'll know. And then we'll both know. And then we'll be smarter people. And then we can make better arguments in the fucking future. Are you kidding me? This is amazing. We gotta learn. You know how important learning is? It's amazing. You can just learn things, and then you know them forever? Are you fucking insane? And then, oh my god, then you can educate other people. Come on. FEC Chairman. What's up? FEC Chairman Stephen T. Walther dissented on both opinions and issued a statement giving his thoughts. In the statement, Walther said, "There are provisions of the Act and Commission's regulations not addressed in the court. In Speech Now, they continue to prohibit Common Sense 10 from soliciting or accepting contributions from political committees in excess of $5,000 annually or any contributions from corporations or labor organizations." The term Super PAC was coined by reporter Eliza Newland Carney. According to Politico, Carney, a staff writer covering lobbying and influence for CQ Roll Call, made the first identifiable published reference to Super PAC as it's known today while working for the National Journal, writing on 2010, blah, 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 blah. Super PACs are not allowed to coordinate directly with candidates or political parties. This restriction is intended to prevent them from operating campaigns that complement or parallel those of candidates they support or engaging in negotiations that could result in quid pro quo bargaining between donors to the PAC and the candidate or office holder. However, it is for legal candidates and Super PAC managers to discuss campaign strategy and tactics through the media. It is legal for candidates and Super PAC managers to discuss campaign strategy through the media. Bargaining donors PAC. Okay. Also, I didn't add the time. We have 2, 6, 7, 9. 46 minutes. Quid pro quo is a red herring. Yo, can you do me a huge favor?
Maybe.
Just give me a glass of water.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Just before you sit down. Thank
That
you.
might be a little bit too much of a favor, but you owe me now.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to look up this tax exempt 527 organization. See, now we're learning more. Now we're going down you see what we just did there? You see what we did with the power of the internet? We just made a fucking connection to a new thing. Come on. New thing. Now not only are you going to know what a super PAC is, every time it's brought up, you're going to know what a super PAC is.
Alright, here you go.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oh. Come on. Andrew Tate has this really funny speech about drinking water where he says that why would you take a sip of water, because water is just a necessity. So when you drink water, just chug it, just get it in you as fast as you can. And I'm unconsciously followed that doctrine my whole life because I sipping water. Come on, chug it, consume it. Okay, Super PAC cannot make contributions directly to other PACs or a political candidate, so it can receive unlimited funding, but it can run campaigns on its own and can also run advertisements. So it can fucking around there. And it's also a 527 organization. It's a type of U.S. tax-exempt organization organized under Section 527 of the U.S. Internal Revenue Code. A 527 group is created primarily to influence the selection, nomination, election, appointment, or defeat of candidates to federal, state, or local public office. Technically, almost all political committees, including state, local, and federal candidate committees, traditional political action committees, and super PACs, and political parties are 527s. However, in common practice, the term is usually applied only to such organizations that are not regulated under the state or federal campaign finance laws because they do not excessively advocate for the election or defeat of a candidate or party. Wait, so we are, however, in common practice, that are not regulated because they do not expressly advocate. Okay, I'm going to click on that after. There are no upper limits on contributions to 527s and no restrictions on who may contribute. There are no spending limits imposed on those organizations. The organizations must register with the IRS, publicly disclose their donors and financial periodic reports of contributions and expenditures. Because they may not expressly advocate for specific candidates or coordinate with any candidate's campaign, many 527s are used to raise money to spend on issue advocacy and voter mobilization. Example of 527s are Swift Boat Veterans for Truth, the Media Fund, America Coming Together, the Progress for America Voter Fund, and the Secretary of the State Project. I do not know what the difference is, Daniel Kenny, between this and dark money. Go through the chat real quick here. Wet Water Maxer. Dude's really paying for him to read wiki. Yes, they are. Go Mega. I like. Oh, are you a mega communist? You have the Cyrillic name. I'm gonna copy your name. So let's see what this Russian guy's name means in English. Landfill? Garbage dump. That's good. Megapole. There we go. Russian garbage dump. Expressly. See, what is express? Is this a legal term? Issue advocacy ads, also known as interest advocacy ads or issue only ads, are communications intended to bring awareness to certain problem. Groups that sponsor this form of communication are known by several names, including interest advocacy group, issue advocacy group, issue only group, or special interest group. The problems these groups raise awareness of can be either social or a political issue. Interest versus express advocacy. The bright line test doesn't cover forms of communication that are indirect. Doesn't cover form. Consider this message to voters. If you like X candidate, you know he did Y. In a communication like this, there is no mention about voting. However, the plain intention is to cast doubt on voters that supported candidate X. Campaigning like this is typically called negative campaigning, making attack ads or making thinly veiled promotional ads on behalf of the candidate. Interest advocacy is the act of making generalized communication regarding a public issue or problem without advocating voters to take a specific action on the election booth. Indication of pure issue-only ads made by interest advocacy groups is difficult. Groups that sponsored message need to make it clear to a voter with reasonable intelligence that the voter should cast their ballot in a manner the group wanted. No, I'm still going. Was a Russian nihilist in the chat? We go MAGA, or you have Indian as president, you choose. Thank you, landfill. Kennedy has brainworms, vote for him. That's ironically a good idea. Identification of pure issue-only ads made by interest advocacy groups is difficult. Groups that sponsored messages need to make it clear to a voter with reasonable intelligence. Keeping an advertisement issue important to only groups like 501c nonprofits. They were subject to limits or absolute prohibitions on engaging in political activities. Organizations can participate in nonpartisan voter education efforts, including registration and the Get Out to Vote. Express advocacy is largely used in connection with a debate in the U.S. regarding when issue advocacy turns into campaigning. Many groups that made what appeared to most to be campaign advertisements claimed that their communications to voters were really issue advocacy, not express advocacy. To help understand the difference, examine these two communications to voters. Select John Smith. Vote no on Proposition 99. In both these examples, the message's intention is clear, using a standard that looks for specific words or phrases in a communication. It's called the bright line test. Bright line is the standard if there is no mistake. One or more of the 8 magic words or the equivalents is present or not present. Bright line. Interesting. Should Yorkshire be a country? Scotland is L. Yorkshire should be an empire. Ask Fat Baz. Super PAC are bad, but the first past the post already killed democracy. Europe is rightfully Yorkshire clay. Who's Fat Baz? Free Yorkshire. What's that? That's like south of Scotland, right? Liege, Manchester. Breaking the map out here. Is this? How does England? Okay, forgive me if I'm wrong here. Don't ask about Fat Baz. Does England have like defined borders on places, or is it just like a general, like, is there a border that separates like Kent and other parts? 3 ridings and the city of York, including Middlesbrough. I do fuck with some Yorkshire pudding. York looks nice. Oh man, this is lovely. I could spend my time here. I feel like York has too much cultural capital. Stop, I don't want to click on that. This is a nice.
What are first past the post consequences?
What are first past the post consequences? I don't know. Let's read a little hit piece on first past the post. I'm getting bored of the nitty gritty. Getting bored of the fucking nitty gritty legal stuff. But it's interesting. Wait, what was the Super PAC? Where did that start? Oh, Reuters. Yes. I feel like I have to finish this arc first. Harris Super PAC founder says public polls are too optimistic. We got 3 words into this headline. I had to go down a half an hour long Wikipedia rabbit hole to learn what this is about. The founder of the main outside spending group backing Kamala Harris' presidential bid says their own opinion polling is less rosy than public suggests, and more the Democrats face much closer races in key states. The founder of the main outside spending group backing Kamala Harris' presidential bid says their own opinion polling is less rosy. President of Future Forward, a super PAC that has raised hundreds of millions of dollars to back Harris in the November 5th election, spoke on Monday during an event hosted by the University of Chicago Institute of Politics. Our numbers are much less rosy than what you're seeing in the public. Harris enters the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, riding a wave of public polls that show she has already reshaped a race that strongly favored Donald Trump in the final weeks of Joe Biden's candidacy. Harris is leading in a compilation of national polls by 538, 46% to 43% for Republican Donald Trump, and has pulled ahead in several battleground states. Future Forward has created a massive polling operation that created and tested some 500 digital and television ads for Biden and some 200 for Harris. They have talked to some 375,000 Americans in the weeks before Harris became presumptive Democratic nominee in July 22nd. Spent at least $250 million. The group says the group has at least $250 million left to spend, planning a wave of advertising from digital to television. Jesus Christ. Super PACs can raise unlimited sums of money from corporations, unions, associations, and individuals. They spend unlimited amounts to overtly advocate for or against political candidates. Jesus Christ. Oh, I love MapMen. Holy shit, I love MapMen. Canis Iranium? Sounds like a racial slur. Yeah, there are borders. There are 3 different lists of those borders depending on what level of government. Yeah, they are defined English borders. I'm going to look that up in a sec after this. Interesting. Pause. British borders. Are they called boroughs? Districts. Here we go. What is this? Okay. Are they counties? Administrative county, okay. Northumberland. Cumberland. Durham. Yorkshire. Oh, weird. Cheshire. Somerset. Cornwall. Kent. Essex. This all makes sense. Sussex, Essex, Greater London, Hertford, Bedford, Berks, Cambridge, Huntington and Peterborough, Rutland. Why are some of them so small? Yorkshire shits on Kent. Why is I will believe anything? Yeah. Zoom back out here. Why is Yorkshire so big? Why is some of them so small? Isle of Wight. Who owns the Isle of Man? Is the Isle of Man British? Is it its own thing? Cornwall. Devon. That's funny. Okay. Thank you for the £1. Bizacash. I like how you have cash in your name. Isle of Man is a crown dependency. Why are they all named after places in Ontario? Cornwall. Size of district is mostly gerrymandered. Isle of Man. I like the Isle of Man flag. Oh my god. And that concert was there that one time. Damn, that's such a hard flag. Jesus Christ. Isle of Man concert. Pink Floyd. What was this? What is this? Yeah, this concert. Wait. This Pink Floyd concert. That's so cool. First past the post. Okay. Leg almost swastika. Yeah. Swastikas go hard. Why'd they have to fucking ruin them? A swastika seems like something I would draw if it didn't already exist in like a first year graphic design class. I'd be like, what's the logo for my company? And I'd draw a swastika. First past the post voting, often shortened simply to plurality, is a single winner system of positional voting. Voters mark one candidate as their favorite, and the candidate with the large number of marks is elected even if they do not have more than half of the marks. When used in single-member districts, the method is often called first past the post. In social choice theory, FPP is generally thought of as a degenerate form of ranked voting, where voters rank candidates, but only the first of preference matters. As a result, FPP is usually implemented with a choose one ballot, where voters mark a single bubble next to their favorite candidate. FPP has been used to elect the British House of Commons since the Middle Ages, but for most of that time, some at least of the members were elected in multi-member ridings using plurality block voting, limited voting, or STV. The same applies to some degree in elections in former British colonies, most notably United States, Canada, and India. FPP is used as the primary form of allocating seats for legislative elections in about a third of the world's countries, mostly an English-speaking world. It is also used to directly elect heads of states in some, although less often than the two-round system. Notwithstanding its simplicity and antiquity, there are several major drawbacks of first past the post as a winner-takes-all method. It often produces disproportional results, particularly when electing members of the legislature, in the sense that political parties do not get representation according to their share of the popular vote. This usually favors the largest party and parties with strong regional support in the detriment of smaller parties without a geographical concentrated base. Supporters of electoral reform are generally highly critical of first past the post because of this, and point out other flaws such as first past the post vulnerability to gerrymandering, which can create districts distorting representation in the legislature. The high number of wasted votes and the chance of majority reversal, i.e. the party winning the most votes getting fewer seats than the second largest party and losing the election. Throughout the 20th century, many countries that previously used FPTP have abandoned it in favor of other electoral systems, including the former British colonies, Australia, and New Zealand. I know about ranked ballots. This is interesting. Yeah. It is Anglo-boxed. It's ranked ballots, like to me, ranked ballots make so much more sense. But the thing, if there was ranked ballots, I guess the issue would also be, let's take the average. Let's say that you have Kamala Harris, Trump, and Kennedy, right? The three potential candidates for the presidential elect, right? Kamala people aren't going to vote. I feel like Kennedy would just get 95% of the second vote and end up winning. Because like Kamala people aren't going to end up... how do ranked ballots work, actually? Chattanooga. It's a city, come on. The first past the post election entails a single winner. The ballot requires voters to mark only one option from a list of candidates. Whichever candidate wins the greatest number or plurality of votes wins. In a legislative election, the polity is divided into any number of districts or constituencies, each of which elect a representative to the legislature. Suppose that Tennessee is holding an election on the location of its capital. The population is concentrated around four major cities. All voters want the capital to be as close to them as possible. The options are Memphis, Nashville, Chattanooga, and Knoxville. The preferences of each region's voters are Memphis, Nashville, Chattanooga, Knoxville. Okay. And first past the post, only the first preference matters. Voters are allowed to make only one choice of candidate. As such, the votes would be counted as 40% for Memphis, 26% for Nashville, 17 and 15% for Chattanooga. Since Memphis has the most votes, it would win the first past the post election, even though a majority of voters prefer Nashville. Yes. This makes sense. Okay, so this, yeah, I understand. I like these Wikipedia, I have yet to see, I don't know if this is like new to Wikipedia, but these like weird examples. Stop saying that word. What am I saying? Am I saying a word weird? Legislator? Legislation? That's a fucking disgusting word. That's like worse than moist. Legislation? Legislator? My attention span is stable and I'm proud of it. You know why? See that? Do you see that? Look, get a little bit closer. You see what that is? Do you see what this is, chat? This is a piece of... This is a little piece of nicotine gum. 2 milligrams of nicotine. 105 pieces. See that, chat? It's a little piece of nicotine gum. Focused. Locked in. Come on. It's over. I gotta get Destiny on nicotine. I think that guy's... He was on Vyvanse, I believe. Vyvanse doesn't have the empathy that nicotine has. Nicotine has an inherent empathy to it. There's a love of God. It's a very godly drug. It's very beautiful. It's very serene. And Vyvanse just doesn't have that. Doesn't have that God in it. Doesn't have that empathy. Vyvanse is just a little too satanic for me. What if you're straight edge? How will you focus? You won't. Either never start or get super into stimulants. There's no in between. The in between's hell. The in between's always hell. Really interested in this. Voting method criteria. Scholars rate voting methods using mathematically derived voting method criteria, which describe desirable features of a method. The following criteria are passed or failed when first past the post is used in a single contest winner. The majority criterion states that if one candidate is ranked in first place by majority of voters, then that candidate must win. First past the post meets this criterion, though not the converse. A candidate does not need 50% of voters. The mutual majority criterion states that if a majority, more than 50% of voters, top rank some K candidates, I don't know what a K candidate is, then one of those K candidates must win. First past the post does not meet this criterion. What is that? Condorcet? The Condorcet winner criterion states that if a candidate would get a majority of the first in a head-to-head competition, a majority of the vote in a head-to-head competition, no matter who they would be facing, they must win. First past the post does not meet this criterion. The Condorcet loser states that if a candidate would lose a head-to-head competition against every other candidate, then that candidate must not win the overall election. Oh man, first past the post is getting fucking roasted. Why do we have this? Oh, sorry. There we go. My bad. There we go. Too focused. He's too focused to screen share. There we are. We're so fucking back. Independence. Here we go. Independence of a relevant alternatives criterion. The independence of a relevant alternatives criterion states that the election outcome remains the same even if a candidate who cannot win decides to run. First past the post does not meet this criterion. It makes it vulnerable to spoilers. This makes it vulnerable to spoilers. Oh, okay. Open that in a new link. The independence of clones criterion says that the election outcome remains the same even if multiple copies or clones of a candidate run. Candidate cloning causes vote splitting in FPP. The monotonicity. The monotonicity criterion says a candidate should not lose as a result of receiving too much support from some voters, i.e. increasing candidates' ranking can make them lose. Reversal symmetry. Reversal symmetry is a voting system criterion which requires that if candidate A is the unique winner and each voter's individual preferences are inverted, then A must not be elected. Wow, this is really fast. I'm really into This is interesting. Spoiler effect. I'm reading like anti first past the post. I'm reading anti first past the post articles. I don't really think I don't think that's the Fed agenda. Actually, I think that's the opposite of the Fed. I think the Fed agenda is to keep first past the post. In social choice theory and politics, the spoiler effect, or Arrow's paradox, refers to a situation where a losing, that is, a relevant candidate, affects the results of an election. A voting system that is not affected by spoilers satisfies independence or relevant alternatives or independence of all spoilers. Arrow's impossibility theorem. Is this what you're talking about right there? Do you know impossibility theorem? Is a well-known theorem showing that all rank-based voting systems are vulnerable to the spoiler effect. Let's read that afterwards. That sounds really interesting. You guys interested? What do you think? Fascinating? I think this is extremely fascinating. Because this is so important. These things like this are these things are so important. I'd rather do this than stream some fucking video game or some like horse shit on YouTube. However, the frequency and severity of spoiler effects depends on the voting method. Plurality and ranked choice runoffs are both highly sensitive to spoilers and can manufacture spoiler effects even when doing so is not forced. A situation known as a center squeeze majority rule methods are usually not affected by spoilers, which are limited to rare situations called cyclical ties. Oh my god, there's so much here. Jesus Christ. Spoiler effects also occur in some methods, proportional motivation, rational behavior. Social choice theorists have long argued that voting methods should be spoiler independent, at least so far as this is possible. The Marquis de Condorcet studied the same property going back to the 1780s. In decision theory, independence of irrelevant alternatives is the fundamental principle of rationality, which says that which of two outcomes A or B is better should not be dependent on how good another outcome is C. A famous joke by Sidney Mogur's principle. A man is deciding whether to buy an apple or a blueberry pie before settling on apple. The waitress informs him that cherry pie is also an option, to which the man replies, "In that case, I'll have blueberry." That's like an anti-joke. Is that a famous joke? Social choice theorists argue it would be better to have a mechanism for making societal decisions that behaves rationally. If this is not possible, one that is at least usually rational. Interesting. So, Arrow's paradox is a situation where a losing candidate affects the results of an election. Okay. That's simple enough. There's so much here, though. There's so much here. Arrow's impossibility theorem. This sounds exciting. A-level poli-sci gang. Yes. We are... Yeah, I wish I did more. I wish I did more political science. I couldn't get much political science out of my fine arts degree. Which, that's fine. That's fine. Arrow's impossibility theorem is a key result in social choice, showing that no rank order method for collective decision making can satisfy the requirements of rational choice. So rational choice is when there is no... I'm just clicking on things. I gotta stay focused here. Specifically, any such rule violates independence of irrelevant alternatives. The principle that a choice between A and B should not depend on the quality of a third unrelated option, C. The result is most often cited in election science and voting theory, where C is called a spoiler candidate. In this context, Arrow's theorem can be restated as showing that no ranked voting rule can eliminate the spoiler effect. Arrow's theorem therefore generalizes voting paradox and shows similar problems exist for any possible collective decision-making procedure, relying only on how people order different options. Despite this, some ranked methods are much more susceptible to spoilers than others. Plurality rule methods like first past the post and ranked choice voting in particular are highly sensitive to spoilers, manufacturing them even in center squeezes where they are not forced. By contrast, majority rule methods uniquely minimize the possibility of spoilers. Interesting. Limiting them to rare situations called Condorcet paradoxes under plausible models of voter behavior, such as the left-right political spectrum assumed by the median voter theorem. The spoiler effect can vanish entirely for these methods. Okay. Wait, so what is the impossibility theorem? Is that it's just impossible to eliminate the spoiler effect? Okay. Thank you very much. Check the chat here. Two major consequences of voting for the lesser evil in the two-party system formation. STV. So far, what do you think the best electoral system is? Ranked ballot. I mean, it's ranked ballots are one of those things that, like, I remember when I first learned about ranked ballots, I was just like, why the fuck do we do it any other way? Like, you're so boxed in the U.S. and Canada that you, like, can't imagine, like, any other way. And then you realize you can do ranked ballots, and, like, holy fuck, things would run so much smoother if we had ranked ballots. It's so sad we don't have fucking ranked ballots. And we actually have, like, the worst possible fucking electoral system. Is any theories to why... Is there any theories in the chat to why we would want to keep first past the post in at a conspiratorial way? And if you were just to wildly posit why the deep state, you know, let's put some names here. Why the deep state would want to keep first past the post? What's your theories? Fresh piece. Stops extremists getting in. Bigger parties have an advantage. Easy to control and predict. Corporations don't have to worry about multiple candidates. It just, yeah, I guess there's so many people that...
I got one for you.
You got one?
Yeah. The reason that the Trudeau government actually proposed swapping the system like a few years back, if anybody remembers that, and the reason they didn't go through with it is because, like, alternatives just raised the little guy up too much, and they would realize they'd lose its power, not get elected again. So they didn't do it. That's the reason.
Yeah. Maybe Polyev will do it.
No. No, he won't.
Pierre Polyev? Any Pierre Polyev voters in the chat? Come on. I'm gonna do a campaign ad for Polyev. I'm gonna be Polyev's top guy.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck at all. I'll be his top guy. He's pretty based. He's pretty based.
Yeah, I don't know. He seemed nice.
You know, look at this up. I can spell his name. Polyev.
Pierre Polygamous?
Pierre Polygamous. Policy. Let's see his policy. Let's look. Not the master. Where smaller government makes room for bigger citizens. I can't just read the Conservative Party's website.
Bro, he just wants us all to get fat. Pierre Polyev wants chunky citizens.
He's pretty jacked.
That's why.
Let's see. Global news. Love global news. A look into Pierre Poilievre's key campaign promise as he becomes the new Conservative leader. Pierre has promised to cancel Ottawa's... How about Canadian politics? Is this interesting? I'm gonna pause the timer for this because this isn't news. This is irrelevant fucking Harry Potter lore that my country has to deal with. Poilievre has promised to cancel Ottawa's carbon price on consumer goods and build more pipelines. He says Canada would rely on technology to tackle its greenhouse gas emissions, but hasn't provided further detail. He promised to enact a pay-as-you-go law that would cap federal spending at its budgeted amount and force it to find savings when something new is added. Poilievre says emergencies such as natural disasters and pandemics would be exempt from this rule, but new spending projects would require officials to look at the existing budgets and to find out what can be cut and what can be changed to curb spending. Freedom of expression. Poilievre said a government led by him would promote free speech on university campuses without withholding federal funding to institutions. By withholding federal funding to institutions that don't commit to doing so. He also promises to appoint a former judge as a free speech guardian to probe any alleged violations. Poilievre pledged to adopt a bill first introduced by former Conservative leader Andrew Scheer, who helped with his campaign that would cite, Andrew Scheer came into my bar one time. If anybody knows Andrew Scheer, he was our fat little, our chubby little Trump Jr. that didn't get in because he wasn't a real person and had no actual beliefs in anything. He came to my bar one time. I didn't talk to him. He also received intense criticism for Bank of Canada. Subject the central bank to the federal auditor general, he also received intense criticism for a promise to fire Tiff Macklem as the Bank of Canada governor over the country's high rate of inflation. Poilievre also promised to ban the central bank's proposed digital currency. Although early in the campaign, he also pledged that a Poilievre government would make it easier for Canadians to use cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin. Central digital currency and Bitcoin aren't the same thing. Don't imply they are, you fucking idiot. Poilievre said he'd force cities such as Toronto and Vancouver to increase new home building by 15% under threat of losing federal funding in an effort to bring down housing prices. He also promised a slate of other measures, including paying an extra $10,000 to municipalities for every new home that is built and converting federal properties into affordable housing. The elections are in next year. Next fall, I believe. I think we're a year away from the election. He promised to incentivize provincial governments to ensure licensing bodies rule to newcomers' applications within 60 days. Poilievre also said he would provide more study loans to those immigrating to Canada who need extra training to meet licensing requirements. Fuck you on your immigration. That was 2 years ago. Anyway, he's boring. He seems like a boring person, and he seems to really only care about housing. And right now, that's gonna be that's a good politician to me. So I don't give a fuck. Fuck it. He's jacked. He's not jacked actually. We have like the same build. That's like, people are saying that's a very normal build for like a dad to have. He just has a big chest. People were saying there's muscle truthers. JJ showed me this actually. There's muscle truthers about Pierre Poilievre saying that he's wearing like a suit of muscle, like a silicone thing under his shirt to be more jacked. Okay, it's not an average person, but this is like a dad that goes like, this is like in a totally achievable body type. This is a dad that goes to the gym. This is not like a jacked, giant man. This is like slightly, this is like my build probably. There's Pierre Poilievre muscle truthers.
Oh, they think he doesn't have muscle?
They think he's wearing like a silicone bodysuit under his shirt. But he's not that jacked. I don't understand why people would go that far.
I think it's the line, under that shirt, that like so perfectly underneath, It's like, it does kind of almost look too good.
He's got a big chest. He's got a bit of gyno too, actually. Maybe he's on steroids. But those are like, that's a normal, like he's not huge. This is like a normal guy.
It's also like, are there shirtless pictures of him? Do they exist?
There's a people don't know what jacked is. It's so. Look at this. People like, unlike Pierre Poilievre, Jake Magazine doesn't have to Photoshop muscles into his pictures. That's still not muscles. That's just like.
That's muscles.
That's
He is flexing though.
He's flexing, but that's just like not morbidly obese. Anybody has that definition. If you go outside, eat 3 meals a day, and you're not fat, your arm will look like that.
My arm doesn't look like that.
You're younger though. You get it.
That's fair. Yeah.
As you age, you just get more muscular until you're like, until you're 40.
I'm not like, how old is he? Like 40 or something?
Jake Meat Sing's probably in his like, yeah, late 40s, I'd say.
Yeah.
But that's just like, that's just like being a man. That's not.
Yeah. I'd still consider that jack because most people can't do those things, you know? Not be fat and go outside.
Not be fat, go outside. It's all it takes.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Any muscle truthers in here? Quebec should secede from Canada and become a department of France. No.
No, that's a terrible idea.
That's a terrible idea.
Whoever said that, really think about yourself.
Randy Marsh from South Park.
Okay, never mind.
Hey, have you heard of that? Have you seen that video of that guy running from a tsunami, but he sounds like Randy Marsh?
Oh yeah. He's just like moaning the whole time.
He's like, no!
No.
No! Oh God!
The guy sounds like Randy Marsh.
Yeah, it's gonna be the first video that pops up. Guy running from wave.
Yeah, it wasn't a tsunami. It wasn't that big.
Yeah. New JJ video.
New JJ video?
Everyone go watch the new JJ video.
Oh, yeah.
I'll know the fucking
Guy
thumbnail.
running from rave. Who sounds like Randy Marsh? Maybe add that.
This one.
Oh. No.
It is this one. Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ!
It's a Randy Marsh guy.
Oh God! Oh Jesus Christ! Oh! Oh shit! Oh, so good. Back to the fucking news. Oh, do I get into this? Blinken says Israel accepts Gaza proposal, urges Hamas to do the same. I didn't read this yet. Negotiations resume this week. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said on Monday Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted a bridging proposal presented by Washington to tackle disagreements blocking a ceasefire deal in Gaza and urged Hamas to do the same. Blinken spoke to journalists after a day of meetings with Israeli officials after a 2.5-hour-long meeting with Netanyahu. The top U.S. diplomat said earlier that this push was probably the best and possibly last opportunity for a deal. Talks in Qatar seeking a ceasefire and hostage return agreement last week paused without a breakthrough, but were expected to resume this week based on the U.S. proposal to bridge the gaps between Hamas and Israel. Blinken's visit comes as U.S. President Joe Biden faces mounting election year pressure over his stance on the conflict, with his Democratic Party starting its national convention on Monday amid pro-Palestinian protests and worries about Muslim and Arab American votes in swing states. However, with the Palestinian Islamist group announcing a resumption of suicide bombing inside Israel after many years and claiming responsibility for a blast in Tel Aviv on Sunday night, and medics saying Israeli military officials have killed at least 30 Palestinians across the Gaza Strip on Monday, there are a few signs of consolation on the ground. Yes, this is just stating things. What is the deal? I'm
More
go.
news. Are we going off Canadian or US dollar?
I'm going off Canadian dollars. So if you give me American, it's actually that goes a lot farther. That's like 3 minutes. So there you go. I don't know why when I said that sentence, it sounded so autistic. I'm going off Canadian dollars. I am skimming. No, I'm not skimming. I'm going into deeper. These Reuters articles aren't deep enough. New Israel Hamas deal. I want to see what this deal is. Can I get see what is outlined in this deal? It raises many ambiguities because it is not what was presented to us, nor what we agreed on. Hamdan told Reuters that Hamas has already confirmed to many mediators that we don't need a new Gaza ceasefire negotiations. We need to agree on an implementation mechanism. Blinken's 9th mission to the Middle East since the conflict began came days after mediators, including the United States, expressed renewed optimism that a deal was near. But Hamas has expressed deep dissatisfaction with the latest proposal, and Israel has said there were points on which it was unwilling to compromise. Big-lipped white boys unite. Yeah, gang. Scammy exchange deal. Yes. Yes, indeed. Fuck those thin-lipped Anglos. How do you get like that? How do you get the... You see, like, oh my god, Benedict Cumberbatch? His lips, dude? Fuck this guy. Oh, did he get lip filler? Oh, he totally got lip filler. What is wrong with his face? Oh, he got a bunch of work done. Am I insane? Am I insane? No, never mind. Sorry. Thought he had no lips. He does have a funny face. You know who else? Okay, wait, look at this. This is really funny. Any Pink Floyd fans in the Look at this. Look at David Gilmour. Look, I just like this is the reveal's coming. Look how fucking like Twinkie. God. His daughter Omani. He named his daughter Omani. There's something so like in his eyes. I don't know. So there's something so beautiful about him. He's a very like beautiful young man, right? And then look at the other guy, Roger Waters. Look at the fucking. This face, like, that's insane. How much inbreeding do you need in your fucking bloodline to produce this face? That looks like, oh, that is a drawing. I'm like, he just looks so fucked up. Oh, this is Steve. Yo, who said dead internet theory earlier? Look, I just looked up Roger Waters Young. This happens to me all the fucking time. And it's like always the 10th image is a fucking AI generated. AI generated. Like, why do I don't want to see an AI generated Roger Waters. I don't want to just see some random person's fucking Stable Diffusion results. He looks better old, actually. He's like, he aged. What is this? Fuck you. Anyway, enough of that. Facing him up. That is the most quintessential British face. That is like the phenotypes, the Normand versus the Anglo, the Saxon. I think if you look at like the members of Top Gear, because Jeremy Clarkson is Saxon. He is like the Saxon phenotype, and then Richard Hammond is Normand. Please check my Stream Element tip text. Oh wait, you sent a fun. What's this? Fun 9-hour. I'll look at that in a sec. I gotta keep reading this. Normans are all French. I think James May is Celtic. I don't think it was Anglo. Blinken, blah blah blah. Monday. Everyone just gets their, like, everything's worded the same because everyone gets their news, their wire from AP. So it's all just whatever the AP article is. It's just that rewritten. That's why I read fucking Reuters, because it's just like, at least from the source. Hamdan told Reuters that Hamas has already confirmed the mediators that we don't need it yet. Already read that. Blinken denied mission. Yes. Already read this. Israel support. Hamas claimed responsibility for Monday Tel Aviv bombing. Okay, this is just the... here we go. This is what I want. I want the actual thing. Late last week, the three countries mediating the proposed ceasefire, Egypt, Qatar, and the U.S., reported progress with a deal under which Israel would halt most military operations in Gaza and release a number of Palestinian prisoners in exchange for release of hostages. Shortly before Blinken arrived in Tel Aviv on Sunday, Netanyahu told the cabinet meeting, "There are areas where Israel can be flexible and unspecified areas where it won't be. We are conducting negotiations, and it's not a scenario in which we give and give." The evolving proposal calls for a three-phase process in which Hamas would release all hostages abducted during its October 7th attack. In exchange, Israel would withdraw its forces from Gaza and release Palestinian prisoners. Hamas accuses Israel of adding new demands that it maintain a military presence along the Gaza-Egypt border to prevent arms smuggling and along a line bisecting the territory so it can search Palestinians returning to their homes in the north. Israel said these weren't new demands, but clarifications of the previous proposal. Official judges said the U.S. has presented proposals to bridge all the gaps remaining between Israel and Hamas' position. Formal responses to the U.S. outline are expected this week and could lead to a ceasefire declaration unless the talks stall, as has happened with multiple previous efforts. Late Sunday, Hamas said in a statement that Netanyahu has continued to set obstacles to a deal by demanding new conditions, accusing him of wanting to prolong the war. It said the mediator's latest offer was capitulation to Israel. Blinken said Monday that both sides should take this opportunity to reach a deal and not look for any excuse to say no. Okay, let's see what this is. Israel, Hamas, three-phase deal. Ah, beautiful. I love when there's a Wikipedia article on something that's brand new. The three-phase Israel war, the three-phase Hamas-Israel proposed prisoner exchange. The deal was drafted. What are the three phases? Is a serial initiative in three stages, beginning with a 6-week ceasefire, the release of all Israelis being held in Gaza in exchange for some Palestinian refugees, and a permanent ceasefire, Israel's withdrawal from Gaza, and a reconstruction process lasting 3 to 5 years. In the proposal, Hamas released 33 Israeli hostages in the first stage who met certain humanitarian criteria. If there were not enough living hostages to met this criteria, Hamas would release deceased hostages. The humanitarian criteria were the release of women and children, wounded and elderly. In exchange, Israel released 30 to 50 Palestinians. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. That's fair. Onion future. Have you guys ever? Has anyone ever fucking seen this? This is so funny.
A lot of networks report the news as it happens, but only one has the power to report the news before it happens. Through our state-of-the-art wormhole satellite, the Onion News Network Future Channel brings you exclusive news transmissions from the year 2137. Because to stay ahead in today's world, you need to know what's going to happen in tomorrow's.
Well, here it goes again. Government contractors announced today that construction on the Omega-12 particle accelerator, which will destroy all...
This is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. This is genuinely so fucking funny.
all life on Earth and finally bring an end to humanity's suffering is facing much delays. The Omega-12 is now 3 years behind schedule and like $800 trillion over budget. Today's holdup, which is being blamed on late helicanium shipments, will set the project back 6 months. At a news talk this morning, the program's boss ruler responded to criticalisms about the delay.
Pushing back the death date is the only realistic way to make
Everything about this video is genius. There's every single piece of text on the screen. Skills, like skills with a Z. Reads plans, no science, health status, fine. Like it's just everything's perfect. Fuck. Death day pushed back again.
sure that when the machine is turned on, that we will all be atomized.
The Omega-12 project, originally presented by Little Congress in 2119 as a sweet solution to the problem of continual life on our wretched planet, was met originally with widespread popular approval. But today, citizens are expressing their frustration at Onion News Network feedback zones all over the place.
It's frustrating, you know. Every day the government keeps saying, we're all gonna die, and then it not happens. If I could remove my obedience chip, I'd just kill myself.
I didn't care about the cost because I thought we'd all be dead. But now we're paying $1 million a week for this project and we're still alive. This is why I don't pay to vote.
I'm a little better off because at least I have this baby to sell. But I still want the world gone.
Today's delay is only the latest in a rope of problems that have plagued the Omega-12 project since its fucking inception. Meanwhile, criticalism is piling up near President Performance H. Wilson, who was voted into office for his 6th term primarily because he promised to kill us all.
You don't need a bunch of empty promises. You need to die. Do you want to die? I can't hear you. Do you want to die?
Wilson's approval ratings have gone down steadily since that first delay, accepting a small rise when he personally murdered 7,000 people with a hatchet. And government watchdog group Citizens for Leadership recently named Omega-12 as the worst managed government program, surpassing even the ill-fated Mississippi Fire Dam and the never-completed South Florida Relandification Program. So, to be continued waiting. For all the latest on the end of the world, keep looking at the Onion News Network. Till then, sustenance to you. News for real. A new poll finds most people wish dinosaurs were still extinct. Remain motionless to be informed.
Fuck, this is like Europe Land Amusement Park. Fertile Woman Zone. Unaffiliated Russian Republics. China.
Hot young news out of the Middle East multicultural battle zone. Violence reamed the Gaza Strip today as fighting broke out between the one remaining Palestinian and the one remaining Israeli. The struggle over the Gaza Strip, which began...
Scars, leg, huge chest bullet. Choose. Guarana root, cat bone. Choose metallic rings. Oh my fucking god.
Long before the burn down, has stolen the lives of more than 99% of the region's inhabitants. Here is what the news satellite showed us this morning. The violence began when the Israeli army Lev Rosen entered the Gaza Strip and began building a permashed on the disputed land. The Israeli was forced back over the border after suffering a sprained ankle and a bleeding nose at the hands of the Palestinian army Amjad ul-Rud. Even after the retreat, the Palestinian bombarded Israel with rocks and empty fire ray cartridges for near 2 hours. One Israeli soldier was injured in today's fight. At a press conference in front of the governmental hovel today, the Palestinian president condemned the Israelis' incursion.
ردة فعل فلسطين ستقوم قاسية وهذا سيدفع التمام حاليا هذا دايلف.
The Israeli responded by hollering right back at him.
אם הוא מתכוון לדפוק לי את האוהל, איך שם ויזיין לו את האוהל. אני לא אנהל משא ומתן עם טרוריסט.
We go now to Onion News Network war correspondent Vitamin Daniels, full live, just outside the battle zone. How it do, Vitamin?
What it is, Zesty, is that we're celebrating in the street of Palestine.
This is everything about it. Every single fucking sentence is perfect.
Following the successful defensive, but straight moments ago, the Israeli launched another attack and pushed the Palestinian to the edge of the Gaza Strip.
But Syria recently came out with a statement backing the Palestinian and refusing to acknowledge the existence of Rosen.
Yes, Syria has been a friend country for some time. The 6 Minutes War from last year pitted the entire nation of Syria against Rosen, but he beat them back with a broken bottle.
But after losing 66% of its troops to pneumonia last year, many people thought Israel was finally prepped to end the conflict.
Full truth. But even during the ceasefire, there has been sparring. Last week, an edible cat laundered into the disputed zone. Both men laid claim to it, resulting in a prolonged shouting match between the two sides. And today, Israel renewed its pledge to build a barrier between the two nations, a plan that has widespread support among the Israeli.
But the border wall, the border moat, the border plasmote, and the border photonic crystal laser shield did not stop the two sides from
Full
fighting.
conveyance, but Israel's latest plan is to build a 30-foot-high wall directly around ul-Rud while he's asleep.
Fuck chance of that.
Most international observers believe the Palestinian army will just climb out.
Well, thank you, Vitamin. I love you.
Love you.
Fuck. Perfect piece of media. Is this absolutely perfect piece of media? They couldn't be better. I like everything the Onion does and continues to do is fucking hilarious. I wish they got like fuck, it's just so good. It's so peak. It's just like fucking Kino. Oh my god. I did not finish the video from Wilhelm Apologist. I also wanted to look at this was just stuck in my head the other day. This is 9 years old. Oh my god. Why do they get different text? Why don't I get yellow? Why don't I get yellow text?
It takes a lot to make a stew. A pinch of salt and laughter too. A scoop of kids to add the spice. A dash of love to make it nice. And you got too many cooks. 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 It takes a lot to make a stew. When it comes to me and you, and him and her and the baby too. Too many cooks, it's true. They say it goes, it'll spoil the broth. Honey, I think that's not true. Well, maybe too many cooks will spoil the broth, but they'll fill our hearts with so much love. Too many cooks. A family is like a soup.
Anyway, I don't want to watch this whole thing. It's just so good. It's probably content ID'd. I'm probably fucked. I probably got fucking killed, dude. It's over. What do they put out? Why do they randomly release one of the best skits of all time, and then after that it's just like episode previews? Do they still make skits on the YouTube channel? Mad God of Yucatan. Oh yeah, what was this thing? Sorry, it was a fun 9 hour. Is it Mad God of Yucatan? Mad God of... Is this it? Oh, DJ Peach Cobbler.
Get it done. We're doing it now.
Friend of the studio, DJ Peach Cobbler. $26.50.
And the natives would hold it as mockery. Now, the reason Hernan Cortez wanted all those Jesus boys to come over was very simple. People had begun to ask questions about what was going on at the other end of the world. The question in particular being asked was, did they deserve it? This was a big question in Spain and other European kingdoms at the time. Did Native Americans deserve to be subjugated by Spain? If they were just being exploited for their labor and precious metals, then, well, they certainly didn't. There needed to be an ideological underpinning to the conquest of the New World. We're past Rome, where making a desert and calling it peace was just sort of acceptable. You had to at least pay lip service to the hippie on a stick. You couldn't just do whatever you wanted anymore. And during this time, we are seeing the emergence of the philosophical underpinnings of what we now call human rights. It was very inconvenient. I see this question still discussed today, usually via memes, which is how discourse is conducted. Now, gentlemen, I have to ask you to be measured and objective here. We are discussing history. No one deserves that shit. Regardless, for Delanda, who greatly criticized the brutality of conquistadors during the conquest of the Yucatan, this was still not really a question worth asking. These people had been suffering at the ends of the earth in a dark jungle, and Spain and Jesus had saved them. God has chosen Spain, among other nations, as the remedy of so many peoples, for which they owe her much more than they do their own founders or progenitors. For as indeed the blessed Saint Gregory says, it would not do us much good to be born, unless we were to be redeemed by Christ's blessing. Delanda devotes several paragraphs to the myriad spiritual and material benefits of Spanish government. It's like a terrible, terrible meme just walked right off the fucking page and into my goddamn face. It's basically just this disgusting anime meme. You see, Montezuma failed to consider the rhetorical power of the anime girl. Delanda...
That is a pretty genius. Keying out the chalkboard is fucking cool.
Glazes Spain to such an extent, he even mentions that the Maya...
Why?
took a great light.
How many people... Okay, new poll here. End poll. New poll here. Start a poll. New surprise poll. New surprise poll. I need opinions on this. Can I wait? Can I send a super chat to myself? What happens if I do this? You can super chat yourself? That's so funny. That's so fucking stupid. Oh my god. Why do they have that as an option? Why can't I go show your support for Art Chad?
Liking to cat.
Yeah, I just gave 30% of that to 30% of my talking $2 Canadian to Google. I don't want to be ginger. It's just everyone thinks I'm I get like the ginger allegations are crazy, but I've never been ginger, ever, in my entire life. Have I ever had? Not even as a baby. I had like blonde hair as a kid. It's just the lighting.
The Indians have not lost, but instead have gained a lot with the coming of the Spanish nation. The cats are very beneficial and necessary there, and the Indians love them a lot. This is Sia. I named her after the CIA. Say hi, Sia. Sia.
Okay, cool video. I want to watch I didn't. Yeah. Ginger's winning. I can't tell if it's a meme or not. If Donald Trump had brain rot. Oh man. Mart, JJ, so many good videos. So many good videos to watch today. Okay, so what have we learned so far, chat? We have learned one. Doesn't look ginger on horseshoe. That's all that matters. Hillary Clinton takes the stage. DNC live. Oh God.
My friends, when a barrier falls for one of us, it falls. It falls and clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose to the rule of law and our way of life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love.
She is molding.
I want my grandchildren.
Thank you, DJ Yoy.
To know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
She lost so much aura. Oh! At least they're patriotic. She's so grating.
I think it's fair to say
Oh my God.
that we all stand on the shoulders of Hillary Clinton. So,
Such a fucking weird line.
Just checking. Are you ready to join this fight yet? Okay, that's the answer I was looking for. So I want you to text JOIN to 30330 and get involved. Now, what does fighting for the people exactly look like? Let's go back to 2011 when Kamala Harris was Attorney General of California. The housing crisis had devastated American families, and the big banks had forced Californians out of their homes. Well, Kamala Harris stood up to those banks, and she secured a $20 billion settlement for California families. That is fighting for the people. And that is something that our next speaker knows all about. Please welcome the fearless fighter from South Carolina, Congressman Jim Clyburn.
I am in Canada right now. I am in Canada, so this has no bearing on my life. Oh, two black guys? Oh my God, two black people on screen at once. That's crazy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you and good evening.
Man, what if one of their heads exploded?
Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you.
Not like, not an assassination. Is that Kamala?
4 years ago,
I hope so.
Americans were experiencing high anxiety.
Oh, thank you, DJ Yoy, for the $1. I don't want to. I know this.
Ranged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges, and replaced lead pipes. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million veterans. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, Make It in America is no longer just a slogan, but a movement that is bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America. For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. And we're all grateful for one of the best decisions
These people are
he made.
boring. These are boring people. World. Here we go. Who is Mike Lynch among missing after luxury? Oh my fucking god. Luxury yacht sinks off Sicily. Now, Mike Lynch. Who is this? Is this someone I should know who he is? Who is Mike Lynch? Missing owner of yacht. Mike Lynch is a British billionaire and tech entrepreneur. Was one of 6 people missing after his luxury yacht struck by an unexpected violent storm and sank off the Sicilian coast on Monday. Once hailed as Britain's king of technology, the Globe and Mail called Mr. Lynch Britain's first internet billionaire. Most recently made headlines in early 2024 for a fraud trial in the U.S. for allegations surrounding the sale of his company Autonomy to Hewlett-Packard. Interesting. Ooh. Autonomy Corp in 1996, using research he had developed while pursuing doctoral studies in the mathematics in the University of Cambridge. He applied the statistical concept of Bayesian. What's up, brother? What are you eating? You little treats? Oh, not those.
You don't want some moldy Wise Bites?
I don't want snack. I
got moldy Wise Bites. Mold's on the inside. Okay, just a little bite.
Clip that. Clip that. Who is still... What do you think of this poll?
Dems would win if Kamala says N-word unprompted. Have you seen the AI of Kamala and Trump getting married?
Yeah, it's kind of sweet, actually.
Yeah, they healed the nation.
They did heal the nation. It is the DNC tonight.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
The National Convention.
They're just hanging out?
Yeah, they just like this. They just
Nice
like
show.
they just like sesh in a room together.
Biden.
And continue using Reuters. I'm signed. Come on. Come on. Give me.
Greg also lives in Toronto. Yeah, not a well-known fact in the lore of Toronto.
I'm always
in our extended orbit.
I'm always surprised actually at this point that people still know me and not you, or like don't know us together.
We're a unit. We're a eunuch.
We're
This guy and me, we're eunuchs.
We are we are eunuchs. It's like let me log into my Reuters account. Are you a conniving eunuch or like a Zen eunuch?
I'm a sad eunuch. I'm like, I wish I had balls.
Every friend group has the conniving eunuch.
Every friend group got the conniving eunuch, the sad eunuch, the Zen eunuch.
What do you mean not?
The king with all the concubines.
The king with all the balls?
With all the balls. Woman 1, woman 2, woman 3. Every friend group has this. Woman 4, woman 5.
What are you in this frame? Are you the king with all the wives?
No, I'm the sad eunuch. We've been over this.
Can I be the king with all the wives?
Dreg's a Roman eunuch. Chad's a Chinese eunuch.
Common law partners, Roman eunuch, Chinese. I don't want to be a Chinese eunuch. What's the weren't?
I'll be the Chinese eunuch.
You'll be the Chinese eunuch.
I wish I had balls. I don't have balls.
You have to say that more racistly.
No, I refuse. That's as racist as I'm getting.
Go on. You could say balls a bit more racistly.
No, I'm not getting more racist. You're the Chinese eunuch. You say it.
I can't do it.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't even bother.
I wish I had bars.
That's not something we need clipped.
Yeah,
Dreg's
sure?
a Roman eunuch. What would a Roman eunuch sound like?
Flatulenius, Amungius.
Oh, my balls!
Ballsius, Testicularius.
I am Ballsius Testicularis the Third. All right. I'm gonna go home.
Oh, you don't want to watch. You don't want to watch the DNC live. Hillary Clinton's closing remarks.
Well, that sounds riveting.
It was so riveting. I turned it off.
It's a good way to kill the last 20 minutes of your having to watch news.
No, it's had to read the news. This isn't reading, so I paused the timer.
Wow.
Timer's paused. Where'd my timer go? Where's my chat? Where's my timer? Where's my timer? Chat, where'd my timer go? Oh, it's right there. Thank God. I thought I lost it. God fucking... Oh, Christ. Oh, fuck me. You guys should move to Idaho. That's my Roman Empire thought for the day. Yeah, I've thought about moving to Idaho. I've thought about moving a lot of places, but sadly, I've built a thriving community of artists and creators who are actually cool in Toronto, and now I'm stuck here. So, that's life, baby. You wanna, sometimes life has plans for you. Yo.
Welcome
What is wrong with this guy's hair?
to the Freedom Convention.
Wait. Look at it from front on. It looks like it's glued to his head.
Beautiful weather, Chicago.
What is this? Why is there like brown shit in his hair? Wait. Am I crazy? I can't zoom in a video. Did you see this?
It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity.
Ah!
Now, we meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists. And where...
One sec. Here's 2 tips came through and didn't read. Dreg, your Fiverr Indian has disseminated the trading system on the chain by changing the primary coin owner instead of initiating trades. Fixes. He left and the TTS ate the comment. Please tell your boss of this tragedy later, Brogba.
Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators.
This guy looks like he's wearing somebody else's skin.
We fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality.
Fair. They could have done the hair powder better.
You know, I'll never forget the pounding on the doors of the House chamber on January 6th, were the screams to follow. Hundreds of our police officers taunted and attacked. 140 of them wounded by extremists wielding baseball bats, steel pipes, even American flags. 5 people died that day, and 4 more of our officers took their own lives. in the days and weeks to come. All of this after Trump was defeated by more than 7 million votes by the great Joe Biden.
I can't get over his hair.
It was after 80 judges rejected every ridiculous...
Oh yeah, the tie too. The tie is off center, Jimothy. Yeah, you're right.
...who does not know how to take no for an answer from American voters, American courts, or American women.
I really don't like this guy. He's got some sort of like he's got too many zingers lined up that he thought were zingers. I hate the way he's like pausing for the applause.
Remember what the mob chanted as they stormed the Capitol and injured our officers? Hang Mike Pence. Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, not that the vice president is executed. Pence has now joined more than 24 officials from Donald Trump's own administration
Apparently.
in denouncing him. An historical...
JJ just texted me and said that Kamala has been walking back her progressive social views while also advocating for economic leftism. So basically you could say MAGA Kamalianism?
Kamalianism?
Kamalianism? Which is crazy. It's a real swap up. Anyway, who's this guy?
He looks weird. I really don't.
Record.
Just watch him move around with
And
the
Pence
audio.
is the first vice president in more than 2 centuries.
He's got some sort of like goo in his hair. Like someone put all this hair on him.
Not to support the president he served with in a general election. And by the way, J.D. Vance, do you understand why there was a sudden job opening for running mate on the GOP ticket? They tried to kill your predecessor.
Yeah.
They tried to kill him because he would not follow Trump's plan to destroy and nullify the votes of millions of Americans. Your votes, Pennsylvania. Your votes, Michigan. Your votes, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Are we going to go back?
Wait, look at this audience. Look at this audience here. Look at this audience. Looks like there's a decent amount. I'd say 13. Yeah, this looks like 13%. You know, the black people are.
Why must her TTS be broken? That was an important question.
Oh, that one came through. I don't know. I didn't see the other one come through. I am drunk. Do I pick up a $10 pizza, or which I will regret in the morning, or go home and sleep with options of have me text questionable things to my GF that will make her swoon and blush. Things to my text questionable things. I don't want to hear about that. Go to bed.
To the days of election suppression and violent insurrection? We're not going back. Well, look, 1 week after that beautiful day, as Trump calls it, the Republicans, 10 Republicans, joined all of the Democrats to impeach Trump for the worst high crime and misdemeanor ever committed by a president. inciting insurrection against our own Constitution. Make no mistake, a man who uses fraud, theft, and violence to take power will commit any crime to keep it. And now Trump's promising to pardon hundreds of his fellow criminal convicts and insurrectionists. He calls for, quote, the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. My friends, are we the people going to let Donald Trump terminate our Constitution and obliterate the blessings of liberty for our posterity?
Sorry, this is very boring. This is just not exciting at all. I realized you thought I had a pirate. Does it come across like as I'm saying words? Does it come across? Is that strong? Pirate accent? Pirate accent. It's not Toronto. Toronto's fucking retarded. Toronto's fucked. Toronto is straight fucked. U.S. approves possible sale of Javelin missiles to Australia, Pentagon says. Back to news. Is there anything interesting here? This is what I want to read this. Because Trump said earlier this month, I believe, that his campaign was attacked by Iran. But this is the first official report in the news I've seen of it. The United States on Monday accused Iran of launching cyber operations against the campaigns of both U.S. presidential candidates and targeting the American public with influence operations aimed at fanning political discord. We've observed increasingly aggressive Iranian activity during this election cycle, said a statement by the FBI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which oversees the defense of government computer systems. The statement confirmed charges made earlier this month by the campaign of Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump that Iran hacked one of his websites, triggering an FBI investigation. At that time, Trump said Iran was only able to get publicly available information. Iran, the U.S. Senate said, has also targeted the campaign of Vice President Kamala Harris, who is to officially accept the Democratic Party's presidential nominee in this week's convention. Iran's mission to the United Nations issued a statement calling the allegations unsubstantiated and devoid of any standing. We have previously announced the Islamic Republic of Iran harbors neither the intention nor the motive to interfere with the U.S. presidential election. If there is nothing on the burger, why are the customers so fat? Yes! That's the question I want fucking answered. God damn. The U.S. statement said Iran has conducted influence operations targeting the American public in a bid to fan political divisions and cyber operations targeting presidential campaigns. Believable. This includes the recent reported activities to compromise former President Trump's campaign, it said the intelligence community is confident Iran operatives, using social engineering and other means, sought access to individuals with direct access to presidential campaigns of both parties. The statement said these activities included thefts and disclosures intending to influence the U.S. election process, the statement added without elaborating. Yeah, this is the new move. This is the new move, is to just fuck with everybody. It's not the U.S. The hegemony of the U.S. remains no matter who is in power. And okay, good night. Okay. The hegemony of the U.S. remains no matter who is in power. So what you gotta do is you gotta fucking dismantle it from the inside. That's actually in. If you read Alexander Dugin, who is a political philosopher and like Putin's weird sage that he Putin's weird sage that talks into his ear all the time. He has a book called Foundations of Geopolitics. This is a very interesting book. With a dope cover. And it's very heavily read in in Russian politics. Most of Putin's people have read this book. Has been used as a textbook in the Academy of the General Staff of the Russian military. Powerful Russian political figures subsequently took an interest of Dugin, a Russian political analyst who espouses an ultra-nationalist and neo-fascist ideology based on his idea of Neo-Eurasianism. Neo-Eurasianism. You couldn't think of a fucking better word? Who has developed a close relationship with Russia's Academy of the General Staff. Dugin credits General Nikolai Koloktov of the Academy of the General Staff as a co-author and his main inspiration. Denies his blah blah blah. Here it is. So the content. This is basically the internal understanding of Russia on how they were going to regain political power and become the global hegemony. You've heard it's overblown. Interesting. I just think it's when I get to this part here, when it actually goes through what he's done, I find it really interesting because a lot of it's actually come true or is coming true. The Foundations of Geopolitics, Dugin makes a distinction between the Atlantic and Eurasian societies, which means, oh yeah, he's like a Hyperborean too. He doesn't mean Eurasian, he means Atlantic. It means Atlantean, is what he really means. And when he says Eurasian, he means Hyperborean. This is a distinction. He really genuinely believes in that. All the Hyperborean like schizo edits come from Dugin. Like, not that he makes them personally, but like that the propagation of that idea on the like esoteric right wing is directly from Dugin. If I steal $1 from you, does that take a minute off? Wake up, Joe Biden. No, it does not take a minute off. Schizo, it's real. I wish. That'd be kind of. I'd rather live in the Hyperborean world. Which means, as Benjamin R. Teitelbaum describes it, between societies whose coastal geographical position made them cosmopolitan and landlocked societies oriented towards preservation and cohesion.
West Military Industrial Sea loves Dugin for obvious.
Bada bing, bada boom. I'm actually going to pause the timer for this because this isn't really news. Yeah, I mean, this book was written in, 97? This is almost a 30-year-old book. And I am almost a 30-year-old person. Oh, God, I hate that fucking sentence. Oh, that one made me ick. Jesus Christ. I'm 26. I'm not even close. When I'm 30, I'll be fine with turning 30 because I'll be fucking loaded. Loaded and famous by 30. You gotta do it. You gotta act your age. I got drunk off Jaeger last night. I was so angry at myself. Who gets drunk? I'm 26. I can't get drunk off Jaeger. I get drunk off expensive whiskey. You fucking kidding me? You fucked? I got drunk. Jeez. Atlantic societies, primarily represented by the U.S. blah, blah, blah. Towards preservation and societal cohesion, Dugin calls for the Atlantic societies, primarily represented by the United States, to lose their broader geopolitical influence in Eurasia and for Russia to rebuild its influence through annexations and alliances. The book declares that the battle for the world rule of Russians has not ended, and Russia remains the staging area of new anti-bourgeois and anti-American revolution. The Eurasian Empire will be constructed on the fundamental principle of the common enemy, the rejection of Atlanticism, strategic control of the U.S., and the refusal to allow liberal values to dominate us. Dugin seems not to rule out the possibility of Russia joining or even supporting the European Union and NATO, instrumentally in a pragmatic way of farther Western subversion against the geopolitical Americanism. Outside of Ukraine and Georgia, military operations play a relatively minor role, except for the military intelligence operations Dugin calls special military operations. The textbook advocates for a sophisticated program of subversion, destabilization, and disinformation spearheaded by the Russian secret services. The operations should be assisted by a tough, hard-headed utilizations of Russia's gas, oil, and natural resources to bully and pressure other countries. The book states that the maximum task of the future is the Finlandization of Europe. Finlandization. I've never heard this term before. Finlandization is the process by which one powerful country makes a smaller neighboring country refrain from opposing the former's foreign policy rules while allowing it to keep its nominal independency and its own political system. The term means to become like Finland. Interesting. Process by which a powerful country makes a smaller neighboring country refrain from opposing the former's foreign policy rules. Okay, so it's like we're kind of, you don't want to be Finnish. I've been watching fucking that My Summer Car gameplay so much, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I understand. That is what being Canada is, like a Finlandized country. All right, so here is his outline for Russia gaining global hegemony. In Europe, Germany should be offered the de facto political dominance over most Protestant and Catholic states located in with Central and Eastern Europe. The Kaliningrad Oblast should be given back to Germany. The book uses the term the Moscow-Berlin axis. Why is Kaliningrad is not relevant at all in this? I only get drunk off alcohol that was lost at sea and recovered. That's a good move. I should pull one of those, actually. That's a power move. One of these days I'm going to dox myself when I open Google Maps. I just want to look at Kaliningrad. Why would Germany... I understand this is like the Prussian Empire. But why would Germany get Kaliningrad? Why is this part of Russia? Oh, it's for sea access, right? Isn't this like this? They have a big harbor that's pretty important. Yeah. There's that. What's the other? There's this corridor right here. This they want because Kaliningrad and Belarus are so close. It would suck to live right in the middle of that. God, I love Europe. I want to go to Poland so. Where's my Polish? I have a bunch of Polish viewers. Is there any Poles in the audience? I fucking love Poland. Aren't like record numbers of people moving back to Poland because it's becoming so nice? I've been hearing that recently. That like Poland's just doing so well that they're everyone's going back. All the people that left Poland for like London are just going back to Poland because it's going. The GDP is rising. It's like safer than most of Europe. It sounds great. I had a guy come into my bar and rant about how good Krakow was. He was a Torontonian that had gone to Poland for work and ended up moving there with his wife, who were both born in Canada, and they moved to Krakow. And they're like, they said Krakow is the best city. Krakow is the best city in Europe. They like talk about how good Krakow was. My Discord is invaded by fucking. I was talking to the studio about this actually, because I'm new to Discord and I'm always as a YouTuber, you worry a lot about your Discord being destroyed by fucking idiots. I was like, fuck, man, like what is gonna happen? Like there's almost like 500 people in the Discord. I'm like, at what point am I going to start receiving flack for things that happen within my Discord community, which is something I barely interact with? And it seems like the controversial issue that gets talked about the most is like Balkan problems, which I'm so fine with. That's fucking awesome, dude. That's so sick. I'm so happy that it's like it could be anything. I saw someone in my Discord. No, like my channel's Discord, not like a Discord that I run separately. Just the Discord for my channel. So I saw someone say like I can't stand Muslims, or something. It was like something like anti-Muslim thing, and I'm like, oh jeez, like I'm all for. He said like dirty. He said like dirty Muslims. So it was something like specifically racist. I'm like I'm all for like openly discuss and complain about things, but don't get like overtly racist where it's like just a bigoted argument. And then I saw that it was a Croatian guy talking about Albanians, and I was like, yes, that's so good. That's like so good that the ethnic conflict in my Discord is like Balkans. That's so much safer than any other ethnic discourse. So there you go. I'd love to go to fucking Albania though. Jeez, I want to go to Albania so bad. I don't use Discord. You're the guy that. Where are you from? Drop your country. Dox your country here. Oh, you're not even Albanian. Are you Canadian? Yeah. Albania has the best flag. Albania absolutely has the best flag. I want to go to Albania so bad. This part of the world just fucking excites me. Croatia too. The mixologist at my bar is Croatian. His parents are Croatian, and he was like, he has full Croatian citizenship because he's like grandfathered in. And I'm like, why don't you just go back? He's like, I don't ask myself that every day. And then he's like, I just kept talking to him about it. He's like, I think I'm gonna move to Croatia. I don't know why I live in Toronto. He's like born in Toronto. He's like, I don't know why I live here. This place sucks. I'm like, yeah, why wouldn't you go back to fucking Croatia? It's like nice all the time. And this is Albania, but you know what I don't see? I don't see poo-poo. I don't see the poo-poo man. I don't see the poo-poo man in the streets. Oh, look at that. No poo-poo men? No fent maxers? No shitters? No wall shitters? That's what they call them in Australia. Crackheads, they call them wall shitters. Come on. Fuck me, dude. There's no garbage on the street. It's so nice. I'll take I would love, genuinely, I will take organized crime over like petty theft any day of the fucking week. Any day of the fucking week. I feel like organized crime societies are safer for the average person. Beautiful. No poo-poo man. No. A little bit of graffiti, that's fine. As an Australian, you've never heard the term wall shitter. I want to see where Marta's from. He told me he was wall shitter. Let me go down to Athens. Athens had a little bit of poo-poo men, I'll be honest. Where's Ammonia? Yeah, right around like here. It still wasn't that bad. Athens had really slippery sidewalks. Everyone kept telling me to not go to Ammonia when I went to Athens, and I was just like, it was fine. There was literally I had no issues. So like, yeah, specifically this, like the Ammonia Square metro station. It was fine. Like Toronto is just. I went here at night though. Like this is what I mean. It just wasn't that, like it was bad, but it was nothing compared to how fucked up parts of Toronto get. I felt way safer in Athens than I did in fucking anywhere like Allen Gardens, or like Jarvis Street in Toronto. Way safer. Way safer in Athens. This was fine. That's it? That's the worst you get? You get one homeless guy? I saw like 3 homeless guys and 2 needles the entire time I was there. People talk about coming to Athens, they're like, oh, it's It's just like, you know, there's homeless people everywhere. I'm like, you're like, you've not been to North America, dude. If you think this is homeless people everywhere, one guy sleeping in the street is homeless people everywhere, you're fucking insane. This is so much better. Jesus Christ. I really want to go to Scotland. I'm gonna travel. I just, as soon as I can get the channel to a place where I can basically live off of whatever, you know, whatever the income is, I live in a 1-bedroom right now. I'm just gonna ditch my fucking apartment, move into a basement somewhere, and just travel and make YouTube videos on the road. I'd rather fucking do that. Imagine this experience we're having right now. No, I would do the same videos. Like I would make my videos, but just include a little bit of the traveling aspect into it. It wouldn't be like a travel blog. I might do like some traveling videos, but imagine this experience right now. But I'm just somewhere else, and like I get to tell you about like my exciting experience and get into the nitty gritty about like a local culture or like a country's politics. While I'm streaming like in a cafe on the street. That'd be so much better. Like I just don't want to. You know, I'm young. I'll tell you a personal story. I don't think the second channel would be fun. I just don't think I have the time to, like, I can barely, my videos take so long. I can barely keep up with the videos on to begin with. Like I'm like my 3-week. I have like a 3-week turnover for a video, which is fine, I guess. But I wish I could do better, and I just don't want to. I do the podcast. Like I don't want to interrupt the video making process any more than I need to. Second channels do but most second channels do pretty well. Depends on how big you are. Like I don't know. I only have 80k subs. I'm not big enough to warrant a second channel right now. Even Sneeko. I mean, look at like some people's second channels surpass their first channels. Sneeko's second channel was massive when it before he got banned. Sneeko's second channel, because that's where he live streamed from, was huge. I mean, Tom's second channel is what's Tom's second channel at? 400k, and he's got 1 million subs, right? He's getting like half of his audience to mobilize to the second channel. And it's weird because he does the same thing. Like his second channel content's pretty high quality. I think that's the main thing. Like Martin Pseudopants, his live channel is like almost as high quality as his main channel videos. I find them pretty impressive. Yeah, I gotta get back on the road, dude. I was doing some reflecting on my life and the age I am. And when I moved to Toronto, I'm gonna do a little life lesson here. When I moved to Toronto, I was really into this idea of being a big shot in a very vain and thin sense. Like I really liked the facade of being a big shot, and I was like, I'm like a small town boy. I'm in the big city. I'm gonna get the nice apartment. I'm gonna get the nice clothes. I'm gonna get a car. I'm gonna get the good job. And basically, I just started building up this lifestyle.
Brogba, second channels are nice and all, but when will you post to Patreon again?
I gotta keep. If anyone, I gotta get up to the Patreon posts again. It's hard. I would do. I gotta post to Patreon more. If people are there for it, if people want to see more Patreon posts, all the police in Athens travel around in these vans like fucking school children. It's hilarious. Anyway. I should just do like I'm very like I'm like a perfectionist. I'm very conscious. I don't want to put out bullshit on my second channel or on my Patreon just for the sake of having a Patreon, but it's better than nothing. I think I'd rather. I should just do, yeah, you're right. I should do Patreon stuff. I should do more Patreon stuff. Yeah. So when I got here, I was very into this idea of just, you know, being a big shot guy. And as I've gotten a little bit older, and my time in Toronto, I've realized that, you know, I've built up a ridiculous lifestyle of eating out and expensive dates and clothes and spending money I don't have, or money that I just get into building up this into this dumb fucking expensive lifestyle for, like, I'm 26, man. I should be building wealth and also experiencing life and getting lessons and creating stories. That's another thing too, is like stories. I want to. Who has stories? I want I want stories. I want ridiculous things to happen to me. And the return on investment from crazy nights as you get older is weird, because sometimes it's like when you first start going out, right? When you first start drinking and going out as a young adult, it's your crazy story you tell your friends is like, oh, I got so drunk last night, right? Why do I have like a massive eye bag? Why do I have a huge eye bag? Why do I have like a wrinkle there? Jesus Christ. Yeah, your stories are like, oh, I got so fucked up last night. Like, I drank all night. Blah, 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 blah. And as you get older, like, you just stop having experiences unless you really seek them out or something really fucked up happens. And the situations have to get, like, riskier and riskier and riskier in order to create a story that's worth telling. You know, like the other night, I crashed an e-scooter and got all fucked up. Skincare sponsorship not hitting. Yeah. I mean, I'm just chronically tired. Yeah, I fucking crashed an e-scooter and got all fucked up. And I just realized, like, fuck, I really have to, like, experience things. Because I'm telling the story about, like, stealing this e-scooter and crashing it. I'm like, wow, it took, like, it took getting a concussion to create a story worth telling to people the next day, right? I'm just sick of, like, my life isn't boring by any sense, but I would love to be able to be like, oh yeah, I got kidnapped in fucking Bosnia. I don't know, just crazy shit. People have crazy stories because they seek out adventures, you know? God built you for more than just sitting in front of a fucking computer and accumulating small amounts of money that you spend immediately at fancy cocktail bars. There's more to a man's life than that. And this is the age where it's like, at what other point, you know, I have a stuff, I have a nice apartment, I have like furniture, blah, 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 blah. At what other age is it socially acceptable and viable for me to sell everything I own and go move and travel on the road and make YouTube videos? You know, it's imagine it'd be also, my videos would be so much better. The things I would make would be better. Exactly, you can't create art from a vacuum. The things I produce would be of much higher quality and much more well thought out and more robust. Because when I make a video right now, I'm making what I am like I'm making the best thing I could possibly make with the information I have at the time I make it. When I make a video, it takes me 3 weeks. If I do any longer, you're gonna have to wait too long for a video. If I do shorter, the video will be shittier. 3 weeks is my like golden number. If I can put out like a 20-minute video that I've like thought about, researched, proofread, got others to proofread, put time into the editing, got different shots, I can really make a good, valuable creation. And I'm genuinely mean that, like, when I make a video, I'm making like it is what I am most capable of when I make it. I'm never putting something out being like, oh, this will do for now. I'm always trying like my absolute hardest to make. I want like every video to be. I want every video I make to be like my next best video. I can't do this like this thing of just finding my groove and then like just putting like, it kills me to put garbage out. It fucking kills me when I have a part of a video where I'm like, oh, this, like, I know this will probably get views, but like, I'm just like that justification for doing a shitty job and just doing the bare minimum enough to keep an audience is awful. That like truly kills me inside. That's not what I do this for. So, slop, yeah, slop is the name of the game. There's like, you gotta play by the rules of slop, man. Don't get it twisted here. I'm not gonna go on YouTube, and I really stand by this. I said this in my most recent video. Like, go write a fucking book. I'm not on YouTube.com to make movies and the most well-researched and articulated pieces of academic writing ever created. I'm on YouTube to like make entertainment. It's entertainment, and that's fine. I know what I'm doing. Every YouTuber should know what they're doing when they're getting into it. It's entertainment. But at the very least, you can be the GOAT. You can be the best at YouTube and make the best YouTube videos. YouTube videos as a specific artistic medium, separate from film, separate from documentaries, separate from TV. It's its own medium, and you can be the best at it. And I'm going to make, and every time I make a video, I do it with the thought of like, this is the best thing I could possibly make, and I want every video to be my next best video. In service of that, in service of creating a quality product that truly provides value to an audience, I will edit your video into brain rot if it becomes slop. Please do. It'd be so funny. In service to creating a valuable product for an audience that truly feels like they get something out of watching me, I think it's in my best interest to experience more of life and to not create things in a vacuum. So, gonna get some money away. I'm going to sell everything I own, short of my mattress, and put it in a friend's basement that will charge me cheap fucking nothing rent. And, yeah, travel. Because I'm so sick of owning stuff. I'm so sick of fucking worrying about, like, my gym membership and this membership and that membership. I make enough money to be self-sufficient. The only reason I'm not self-sufficient and still have to work 2 jobs is because I have a fucking stupid lifestyle. I got the lifestyle creep they tell you about constantly. When you make more money, they tell you about lifestyle creep. And it's true. You get lifestyle creep. I will never forget making the first time in my life was December 2023, where I'd felt like, wow, I'm making a lot of money, and I didn't put a cent of it away. It's a lesson you have to learn, I guess. But I spent so much money on nothing, like literally nothing. Consumable objects like food and alcohol that you eat and they go away forever. And rounds of shots for people at bars, stuff like that, which is fun. But you shouldn't be doing that with the only money you have. You should be doing that when you have a lot of money and you have some money to fucking burn. So, just, weed is worse. Yeah, no. Never smoke weed. Yeah, it's, I don't know. There's more to it. There's more to it, and I'm young. 26 is still young. I'm 26, you don't understand. 26 is young. But yeah, no, I mean, like, I'm not one of those people that feels like they are behind in life. I feel like I'm doing quite well for my age. I feel like I'm ahead of most 26-year-olds. I do not feel, it's a privilege to not feel guilt all the time about your life. Because that's the state that most people are stuck in. Most people are stuck in guilt all the time. Okay, Unk. It is over past 19. Yeah, 26 isn't young, but like, I'm not too caught up on it. I'd much rather be able to own nothing and be happy. Yeah, but like travel though, fuck it. I don't want fuck my couch, fuck my rug. Garbage. Horse shit. Stuff I can just buy back in the future. I'll never be a young man. Get elected in your local council or regional parliament. Yeah, no, don't get stuck in guilt. I mean, just do the best you can. Like, get better. Get better. Always get better. It's just like, it's comforting at the very least knowing that every day you're doing a bit better than the day before. Even if it's just 1%. That's all you need. That's all you need to keep going. That's what keeps me going. It's just knowing that, like, it always... Wow, why are half... Sorry, I'm still looking at maps as they ramble. But yeah, no, it'd be sick. I'd love to just fucking get on the road. I'd love to get on the road. Alexander started his conquest at 20. Yeah, I'm not Alexander the Great. I'm me. I'm me. I'm just a guy. Things are good though. Things are good. Who could complain? I think I like this little chud life. I think I like this little chud life of mine. I think I like this little twisted, wretched, fucked up chud life I've built for myself. I think I like looking at... Oh man, I love looking at fucking maps so much. But you know what we were talking about? We were talking about the foundation of geopolitics. Back to the foundations of geopolitics. And I'm probably going to end the stream after that because I have to upload... There's a new episode of Horseshoe Theory... No, there's 16-year-old seven figures. I think I failed. Yeah. There's a new episode of Horseshoe Theory coming out tomorrow with our good friend Claudia from the Netherlands, who runs the channel Internet Ugly. We talk about ecofascism. It's a fun episode where I don't say anything that could be misconstrued as extremely racist, and neither do Claudia or Greg. So please, if you want to watch a non-racist... Just picked a scab off. Just picked a scab from falling off the e-scooter. The foundations of geopolitics is geo, so geopolitics equals dirt. Comparison is the thief of joy. I like that. That's a good one. It's true though. Fuck, don't get... Yeah. 26 is an age. It's not young or old. It is not young. It is not old. Depending on who you ask and in what time frame you are asking in. It's sad that we, and I totally blame the sole purpose of being alive is to produce fucking capital. I'm fine with capital, but I don't want it to be my sole drive in life. I want to have other things. When someone my age looks at someone like Jordan Peterson and thinks like, oh, I'm so stupid, you know. This guy. I'm all for thinking you're nothing. I think, you know, men, you're part of a herd, and if you are keeping the herd back and falling behind, the herd will just fucking leave you there. If you don't produce value to other people, you deserve nothing. I am so fucking pro agency, free agency. It's you. It's on you to fix it, right? At the same time, you have to find the balance of, you shouldn't, like, there's like pragmatic insecurity where you're insecure enough to grow. Like, you should be a little insecure. If you're 26 and you have nothing, and you have no savings, your job sucks, you have no prospects for a future. Those nicotine gums are so good. Right? You should be insecure to the point where it's going to force you to act to make your life better. But when you get people who are like, you know, a 19-year-old shouldn't be comparing themselves to Elon Musk. Elon Musk has 3 times that person's age, totally different life. It takes so long to accumulate knowledge. Like, if your sole goal is to like accumulate knowledge, there's a point where like you just need to, like, time has to pass. You can't just accumulate knowledge without time passing, right? So when you compare yourself to someone who is much older than you and well studied on a topic and be like, oh fuck, I do this a lot. I'm like, oh, I'm so stupid. I don't know enough. I need to know more. I don't know enough. I have no authority to talk on things. Blah 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 blah. Because I'm comparing myself to people who like have been studying shit for 20 years, right? So, I don't know. Things are fine. Hate yourself a little bit. Hate yourself enough that it's going to make you do things, but not too much that it's going to prevent you from doing things. You should. I saw this video that was like comparing masculine self-help versus feminine self-help, and it was like a girl at a gym and what she was listening to, and a guy at a gym and what he was listening to. It was really funny because the girl was listening to something that was like, "You're enough, you attract, you don't chase, you embrace the world, you deserve everything." It was stuff like that. And the masculine self-help was like, "You're a fucking worm. You've done nothing. You deserve nothing. Nobody's coming to save you. You have to do it yourself." Shit like that. And I side with that. I definitely side with that. I think you don't expect anything out of life if you've done nothing to deserve it. So that's why you gotta deserve it. Work hard. Work your fucking ass off. And the whole point I'm getting at is like, if you're watching this and you're a man in his 20s, you have the energy and you have the lack of responsibility to do nothing but better yourself. I don't mean better yourself in some stupid sense of like sitting in front of a computer and drop shipping. I mean better yourself in a sense of like gaining experience. Like just gaining raw life experience at an unprecedented pace that at no other time in your life will you ever gain this much experience as quickly as you're gaining experience. Right? It's literally like RuneScape or like any RPG where you level up, because there's like leveling banding where you level up quicker and then it gets exponentially harder to level up, right? You're like the first, level 1 to level 80. Okay, in RuneScape. To get to from level 1 to level 100, right? The halfway point in terms of how much experience you need is level 92. So it takes the same amount of time to get from 1 to 92 than it does to get from 92 to 100. That's a crazy, you can exactly extrapolate that out to life itself. Where like that final push is what really takes a long time. But when you're young, you're just gaining those levels. You're gaining those levels so fast. Those levels just come and come and come. If you're not training, you're not going to get any levels. If you're training constantly, those levels just fucking endlessly. Level up, level up, level up. So, do it. Do it. That's my unprompted self-help for the night. Foundations of Geopolitics. Okay, so this is his plan for Europe. Oh yeah, I read Kaliningrad Oblast and got excited about fucking about geography. France should be encouraged to form a bloc with Germany as they both have a firm anti-Atlanticist tradition. The United Kingdom, merely described as an extraterritorial floating base of the US, should be cut off from the European Union. Ooh, that's fascinating, because that happened. Finland should be absorbed into Russia. Southern Finland will be combined with the Republic of Karelia, and Northern Finland will be donated as the Murmansk Oblast. Murmansk is the highest populated city inside the Arctic Circle. Estonia should be given the Germany sphere of influence. Latvia and Lithuania should be given a special status in the Eurasian Russian sphere, although he later writes that they should be integrated into Russia rather than obtaining national independence. There's a lot of wild positing in this book. United Kingdom cut off from the EU, and this is all done. Okay, the thing with the thing with this book, this is all done by internally. This is all done by causing disinformation internally within countries. This isn't done through like wars, or this isn't done through warring or anything. This is done by disrupting the internal politics of the countries they're talking about. That's the fascinating part about this book, is that we're going to make, he's positing in 1997, we're going to make Britain leave the European Union internally by forcing that narrative and disseminating that narrative into the public and into discourse. Georgia should be dismembered. Abkhazia and United Ossetia. Oh yeah, Georgia has two. Georgia's independent policies are unacceptable. Yeah, Georgia has two breakaway regions that are recognized by a few UN countries, or by a few countries. Not a lot. I think it's like 14. And Jesus, the rapes I've gotten to carry for some fuckers. Holy shit. Nuclear shutdown of Germany was promoted by Green parties funded by Russia. Fuck, this is fascinating. Russia's crazy. Belarus and Moldova are to become part of Russia, not independent. Poland should be granted a special status in the Eurasian sphere. This may involve splitting Poland between Germany and Russia spheres of influence. Romania, North Macedonia, Serbia, Serbian Bosnia, and Greece, Orthodox Christian Collective East, will unite with Moscow, the Third Rome, and reject rational individualistic West. Asserting that Moscow as the successor of the ancient Rome, with the Russian world carrying forward legacy of Rome and the Roman Empire. The term Third Rome refers to. Interesting. That's fucking interesting as hell. Jesus Christ. Ukraine, except Western Ukraine, should be annexed by Russia because Ukraine as a state has no geopolitical meaning, no particular cultural import or universal significance, no geographic uniqueness, no ethnic exclusiveness. Its certain territorial ambitions represent an enormous danger for all of Eurasia. Without resolving the Ukrainian problem, it is in general senseless to speak about continental politics. Ukraine should not be allowed to remain independent unless it is cordon sanitaire. The system of alliances instituted by France. Okay. Which would be inadmissible according to Western political standards, as mentioned, Western Ukraine, compromising the regions of Galicia and Transcarpathia, including its Catholic majority population, are permitted to form an independent federation of Western Ukraine, but should not be under Atlanticist control. The Middle East and Central Asia. The book stresses the continental Russian Islamic alliance, which lies at the foundation of anti-Atlanticist strategy. The alliance is based on the traditional character of Russian Islamic civilization. I don't know if I agree with. I keep seeing because like Russia has been sending money to Iran and sending arms to Iran, and they're also taking over. They have an increasing military presence in Africa, in the Sahel region and Saharan Africa. I know Niger. The Americans just left Niger fully because there was a coup, and now there's more Russian military bases building up in Africa. That's very fascinating. But they also fucking tried to burn down Chechnya and Dagestan and had a civil war internally with Muslims. So I think the Russian Muslim alliance is overstated massively. I don't think they actually like each other that much. Iran is a key ally. The book uses the term Moscow-Tehran axis. Armenia has a special role. There's so many weird levels of this. Armenia has a special role. It will serve as a strategic base and is necessary to create the subsidiary axis of Moscow, Yerevan, Tehran. Armenians are an Aryan people, like the Iranians and the Kurds. Azerbaijan could be split up or given to Iran. Russia needs to create geopolitical shocks with Turkey. These can be achieved by employing Kurds, Armenians, and other minorities, such as Greeks, to attack the ruling Turkish regime. The book regards the Caucasus as Russian territory. Including the eastern and northern shores of the Caspian, the territories of Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan, and Central Asia. Mentioning Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Dugin envisions the fall of China, the People's Republic of China, which represents an extreme geopolitical danger as an ideological enemy to the independent Russian Federation, must, to the maximum degree possible, be dismantled. Dugin suggests that Russia start by taking Tibet, Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia, and Manchuria as a security belt. Russia could offer China help in a southern direction, Indochina, except Vietnam, the Philippines, Indonesia, Australia, as geopolitical compensation. Russia should manipulate Japanese politics by offering the Kuril Islands to Japan and provoking anti-Americanism to be a friend of Japan. Mongolia should be absorbed into the Eurasian sphere. I always forget Mongolia as a country. Neither all of Russia's allies are either just pseudo-puppet states they influence or just enemy of my enemy relationships creating alliances of convenience. Yeah, no, it's... I agree. Like especially like BRICS. BRICS is so fucking retarded. India and China are not allies. Like it's shit made up. One, BRICS was made up by a guy who's like 25 for a paper in a university. The term BRICS was made up like incidentally for a paper. right? It's not this like, it's not this crazy term. It's not this like big thing that people worry about. It has no fucking significant meaning. It was a term made up like 20 years ago. And they're not, like, South Africa is nothing. That's like a fucking cockroach country. It's completely insignificant. They have no fucking geopolitical sway. They have no dick to swing. Brazil, maybe. Russia and China are not allies. They barely are. India and China don't like each other and have like frequent border conflicts that could spill over into wars at any time. They're not like these countries don't agree. They're not going to start a global currency. It's not going to happen. Also, my friend makes a really good point. There's a video I suggest you all watch if it is out today. No, it's coming out. Sorry, it's coming out Tuesday. It's my friend's first YouTube video on why BRICS is fucking stupid. I'll link it in the Discord when it comes out because it's very interesting. But he brings up the point that if there is a BRICS currency, it is going to be tied to China. It is not going to be tied to the 5 other countries, right? China outproduces South Africa by like 6 or like 8 times. Or it's like a massive amount. Like the Chinese economy is so much bigger than the South African economy. Why the fuck would China bail out South Africa or like manipulate their currency in order to benefit South Africa when China is going to be like 50% of BRICS' entire GDP, right? It's just fucking stupid to think that they would ever have their own currency, that they would ever take over the world, that they're even friends to begin with. So dumb. What BRICS has in common is existing at the edge of U.S. hegemony. Yeah. Russia is like a paper tiger held together with scotch tape and illusions. That sounds like a sentence from Always Sunny. So good. So good. How we doing here? Where we at? Sick. We're doing a good little stream, guys. We're doing a good little stream. Mongolia, the West. Russia should use its special services within the borders of the United States and Canada to fuel instability and separatism against neoliberal globalist Western hegemony, such as, for instance, provoke Afro-American racists to create severe backlash against the rotten political state of affairs in the current present-day system of the United States and Canada. Russia should introduce geopolitical disorder into internal American activity, encouraging all kinds of separatism and ethnic, social, and racial conflicts, actively supporting all dissonant movements, extremist, racist, and sectarian groups, thus destabilizing internal political processes in the U.S. It would also make sense to simultaneously to support isolationist tendencies in American politics. The Eurasian project could be expanded to Central and Southern America, the 2 most insignificant continents. Influenced by the works of Carl Schmitt, a proponent of conservative international order, whose works influenced the Nazis. He also noted Dugin's key role in forwarding the ideologies of Eurasian and National Bolshevism, the Nazbols. Can BRICS become a hyperstition? Thank you, Joff. I don't know. BRICS could be. We could hyperstition BRICS. We could hyperstition BRICS indeed. But my God, does this fucking cover go hard? That is a great cover. God damn. What does he got here? What does he got included? He just does not. Africa just doesn't fucking matter. Let's look at South Africa GDP. 400. Oh, that's it. Wow. That's a small GDP. It's less than Nigeria's? That's crazy. I guess that makes sense. China GDP. How wrong was I on that number? 17 trillion. All right, so China's GDP is about 30 times. Wait, they say like 18 trillion. Wow, the way we think about the way currency works is so fucking weird. Look at these numbers. Look at the way GDP goes up. Okay, just like straight lines. It's like just in the year 2000, it's just fucking straight lines just skyrocket. United States skyrockets. 17 trillion US. Still be part of BRICS. No one should be a part. The only BRIC, I think no one. Who should get bricky? Who should get bricky? Maybe like, I don't know. You know what we should do is I feel like we're doing this more. Is that America needs to incorporate Mexico more. Strengthen the southern Mexican border. Can you recommend a book for me? I don't know if I'm trying to think what book could I recommend. Yeah, we should get more NAFTA'd. Mexico could be we could I keep saying we as if I'm American. America could just massively boost Mexico as a country and also strengthen the southern Mexican border. I don't know why they don't. It seems so smart. Why are we defending the Mexican border when we just get closer with Mexico, and then the two countries together can defend the southern Mexican border? It makes way more sense. If America really gave a fuck, we could just destroy the drug cartels in Mexico in one foul swoop. If El Salvador can do that internally, it's such a poor country. They can do that internally. We could do it. The U.S. military could just fucking dominate the Mexican drug cartels. They would not stand a chance. It'd be over. It'd be fucking over. We could do that so fast. Solve that. Incorporate them more. Incorporate Canada more. I don't know. U.S., Canada, Mexico should just be one country. We should just all join together, basically, for all intents and purposes. Stay separate as like constitutional little federal dependencies, but just, one country. One country. Texas used to be called Mexico. People don't realize. Yeah. Damn. Pop on Twitter real quick. It's like I'm gonna finish up soon. Mega Kamalism. If there's anything you guys want to watch me, Canada, U.S., Mexico Confederation. Opinion on Keith Woods. Who is Keith Woods? Also, I never get that book recommendation. Keith Woods. More. Why nationalism? The origin. What does he make? Why is my computer so fucking slow? Caspian Report. What an Irish nationalist at the end of Irish general consensus, humanity. Hey, thanks for the 10.
Enjoy.
Thanks for the 10Z. I appreciate that. We're now at the 25 minutes. If this number ever hits 0, I'm gonna be so fucking disappointed. I'm gonna come back on a Friday night. I'll do a classic Friday night stream. I'm gonna do a classic Friday night stream coming up, and we gotta get this number up. I'm gonna get Irish nationalism. That's cool. He's got some what if autist ass fucking videos. I appreciate these small channels. 100 videos, like he's doing well. He's producing content, and all the videos get around the same amount of views. And it's like he has 60,000 people, and most of those people always watch all of his videos. I really appreciate it. That's a very good. To me, that's a healthy channel. That's your what you can achieve on YouTube. That is a healthy channel. That's a small little cult. That's what you want. I'm just not reading the news. Whenever I'm actually reading the news, I will turn the timer on. But until then, timer stays paused. I just want to fucking look at Twitter real quick and think about a book recommendation. I'm trying to think of a book that really pilled me. I have not been reading a lot. I've been just researching for videos. I'm trying to think of a book that really got to me. Books that have changed my worldview. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go off a. I'm going to go on a complete other direction. I'm going to recommend The Sacred Path of the Warrior by Chogyam Trungpa Rinpoche. Because a lot of the... this is a phenomenal fucking book. This is a phenomenal fucking book. It's so cheap. I am Latina and you're so close of getting it. What does that mean? Getting what? Would Art Chad or Drag win in a fight? Chad is dosed on SSRIs and Drag has lost his zins. Oh my god. Yeah, that's gonna be Greg. The fear and the anger of the no zins, that's gonna be Greg every day of the fucking week. Maybe though. My fucking hooks are insane actually. I forget that I actually like do martial arts. I'm not. Oh, thank you Pigeon Post for the 30.
For milk and bread.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Also, there we go. 55. This is what we started. We started at 54 minutes. It got down to 11. And now we're back up. Schizo-Latina rides fake ginger. Jesus Christ. Pretty small channel, surprisingly. Okay, subs. Archet a stoner. Definitely not a stoner. All of the... I used to do more psychedelic stuff in my videos. I used to talk more about like ego and shit like that. I try to like pepper it in there because it's one of those things that like... Psychedelics has a citation crisis where you can't, in terms of like creating a public facing product, you cannot cite you cannot cite knowledge gained from psychedelics, right? It's very annoying because if you've done psychedelics, you're like, fuck, I want to talk about this, but like it's for you. That's a you thing, right? And the best things in life, the things that are really going to impact your worldview, you got to keep those inside. But this is a great book. It's a lot of Buddhist books, because I see the comment says it's crap. A lot of Buddhist books are very basic, and they're written so simply, it's boring. They're very boring books. And they often repeat themselves over and over and over again. But that's because the point of the book isn't to, like, it's just to reiterate the same concept constantly. That's what, like, Buddhist books literally have a Buddhist methodology to them. And it is just that, like, Buddhism is one tenet, right? There's one core tenet to Buddhism. And everything you do, all Buddhist teaching, all Buddhist knowledge is just reiterating the same point over and over and over and over and over again. That's all Buddhism is, which is fine. For me, that's a great religion. If you want to, like, you know, you can, like, literally understand Buddhism with one sentence and meditation, or you can get into all the literature and come back around and literally just know the same things that the person who doesn't know anything about Buddhism knows. Perfect. This is a phenomenal book. When I talk about the centerlessness of the ego, the void at the center of the self, how you, like, the reason why you can't, like, you know, figure yourself out for your life. You can't be like, there is no you. There's no, like, concrete, stable, static concept of you at the center of your soul that you have to dig through and have experiences to find. It doesn't exist. You exist in the context, I'm not going to say it, but you exist in the context of other people. Your identity is formed through your relationships and what you provide to people, right? And I really feel like this book is a book that I was like, this is just like, it's tasty, it's meaty, it's really going to just give you like a lot to chew on mentally. It's a book that you're going to think about things. You're going to think about the book a lot as you like go about your day. It's a very religious text. I highly recommend reading this book. It's just about Buddhism and being virtuous and being useful. Very nice book. Oh, this guy was a little sketchy. Chogyam Trungpa was sort of a cult leader. Don't get too obsessed with them. Just read it. Keep it at an arm's length. Read it with a grain of salt. Enjoy it. Ruminate on the teachings. It's very nice. Very nice. Is there anything interesting on Twitter? What we got? PF Young. Does anyone know anything about PF Young? This guy is just like, seems to be so clouded in terms of he's hanging out with Destiny. He's friends with JJ, but his YouTube channel is so small. Yeah, he just... I did Destiny before. Yeah, he's just... I've never watched him. I've only communicated with him through JJ. I've talked to him a few times, but I've never watched any of his videos. Maybe his videos aren't good, because I've never watched one of his videos. I always look at this. I'm like, how is this guy debating Destiny? Friends with all these people, talking about JJ, but then he just only has 440.
If you only exist in relation to others, do you disappear when you're alone? Who are you when no one is watching?
Who are you when no one is watching? Just content. It's good to be alone, but you don't learn to be alone by finding about like what movies you like to watch and what you do. You be alone by just being alone, by observing. It's sort of, that's where the peace is. The peace is when nothing is there. When you go on a long walk without headphones and you just get to like observe things around you. You are like you're what is around you, like you're everything. Like that sounds super fucking hippy dippy. But you're I don't know. You're just observing. You're just reality like bouncing back at you. You're just like looking at a tree, and then you're looking at the ground, and then you're walking, and then you're hearing a bird, and you're looking at the sky, and you're smelling the breeze, and you're in your room, and you're hearing your laundry machine, and you're feeling your sheets on your bed as you go to sleep, and you're hearing the air conditioner go on, right? And you're seeing the glow of your lamp. You're just observing. Like you're still not there. There is no like you. There's no thing that is quantifiably you that is different from other things. You are just observing things, right? And then you're you when you're acting, when you're talking to people, when people need your help, then you are you. You become the person that people can rely on. You become useful to other people. Not in a way that completely diminishes your own desires, but not in a way that makes you a slave. Not in a way that like makes you weak and makes you just a tool for others, but in a way that like you are a net benefit by existing. Or when you're alone, you're alone. I guess like the difference is like if you're working, like I still think it's like if you're like working, if you're by yourself like working on stuff, you're still communicating with others. Like if you're by yourself like making art, that art's going to be seen by somebody else. Like you're still making things in context to other people, even when you're painting or you're writing. Like if I'm alone watching a YouTube video, or if I'm alone writing for a YouTube video, I'm not alone. I'm writing. I'm in the process of communication, right? I'm in the process of creating a piece of communication that will be seen by everybody watching this stream. You're not alone. Like you're still existing in the context of others. If you're truly alone, like when you're doing nothing, then you're just observing. But you're not there. There's still no you. Anyway, that's sorry. I'm not hating on this guy. I'm actually surprised on why his channel is so small, because he has so many videos and only 24K subs, and he's getting out there. But I don't mean like I guess I just watch one of his videos. I shouldn't be wondering if his videos are bad. Podcast clip. Reacting, podcast clip. Here we go.
In the grim darkness of the near past, there was only conflict and division. Here shall be a look into the tumultuous saga of the 2020 presidential election. Amidst the chaos and warfare, We shall explore the fierce rivalries, the strategic maneuvers, and the ideological battles that defined one of the most pivotal moments in modern American history. And justice and
I'm bored. But is he a streamer? PF Young Orbiter tier list. You know what? Everyone I've talked to seems to like him. JJ really likes him. Where how much 20k represent? The only person dumber than a socialist is a libertarian. I mean, he's big on Twitter. He's bigger than me on Twitter, too. I guess he's already been around longer. How many tweets does he have? Weird. What else? iShowSpeed. It's 28 million subscribers. John Shields, Letty, and Hunger Games. Democrats warn on Trump's DOJUs. I like iShowSpeed as a person. JJ is very kind for this zoomy world. Why is John fat now? He was jacked in the first fish tank. Why is he fat? He's fat and he's not muscular. Like, he doesn't have, like... It's so weird. How did he get fat? Being big on Twitter is not a flex. You're 100% correct. Yeah, he wasn't jacked, but he was like muscular on the first fish tank. But now he's not like bulking big. He's just like fat. He has like boob curls. You know what I mean? Weird. Not that I'm skinny. Not that I'm throwing stones in a glass house here, but I'm like I've got the do you guys see this guy get thrown to a fucking I got that big body. I'm just wide. I'm dense with muscle. Political advertising was that you're supposed to use unflattering photos of your rivals. Republican posts could be dangerously liberal. Those are unflattering, JJ. Bill Clinton's face is rotting off. Hillary Clinton looks like a demon. Joe Biden looks like a fucking ghoul from Fallout. He looks like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Kamala Harris looks kind of like friendly, actually. And I don't know who this black guy is, but he looks cool as well. Why did I name my channel Sea Salt Moses originally? Sea Salt Moses was something my friend said. My friend was... I was driving, me and my friend, in growing up... Or not growing up, a couple years ago when I still lived in Nova Scotia, we used to do this thing where one of us would get drunk in the passenger seat and the other one would drive, and we would just drive as the other one got drunk for like hours and hours and hours. And my friend was really drunk. And he was super stoned. He was drunk and stoned. And he was mumbling something. He was like slurring his words, and he was like, Sea Salt Moses. I was like, Sea Salt Moses? And he's like, no, that's not what I said. But I just thought it sounded really cool. So I called my channel Sea Salt Moses originally. But Art Chad's a better name, because it's dumber. The name of the game, YouTube, just do the dumbest fucking thing you possibly think. Like, what you like, wake up, look at your YouTube channel and think, what's the stupidest thing I could do? What's just the most knuckleheaded thing I could possibly fucking do? And it's, do it. This. I'm gonna go fucking scrolling Twitter. Who followed me? Oh my god, Jack and Jake? And Jack and Jake followed me? Oh, Jack is boy. He, this guy just joined the studio, actually. What do they do? This is a healthy fucking channel. Getting this many views every day. They put a video out every day, and they're always getting 200k views. That's a fucking healthy channel. What's the most popular? And they're and they're long too. 200 views, an hour and 20 minutes. That's going to be a fucking. That's like a fucking $10,000 video right there. Anyway. Alright, Chad, if it were a sanctioned fight, could you TKO JD Vance? Yes, absolutely. Is there a comprehensive list of all the studio guys? Yeah, I can go through. I can go through that. Oh, Shady followed me too. All these people. Followed by Baze. Who's Baze? Oh, Baze. Oh, Baze. That's funny as fuck. The creator of Effective Altruism. Okay, so the studio as it stands. What's up? Yo, I'm gonna translate your Cyrillic. I gotta start doing this more. When I see chatters with names in languages I can't read, I gotta start translating it. Andrei Anisimov. Who's that? Is that you? Oh, you're Shady. Alright, is this guy watching me right now? Are you on Andrei Anisimov? Andrei Anisimov. Specializing in Orthodox Church architecture. Wow. No. This you? This isn't you? Are you named after this guy? Are you a different Andrei Anisimov, or are you named after this guy? So the studio, we have first Greg. Everyone knows Greg Gokanaru. I think most people. Oh, look, there I am. I was on one of his streams. Gokanaru has. He makes dope fucking shit. I feel like everyone knows Gokanaru. At this point, he's streamed with me a few times. I've streamed with him a few times. I feel like we have a lot of overlap. Anyway, he does like a really good video once a year. This is his cycle. Is he just makes like one of the. Who is the most virile on HST Pod? Oh my god! Out of all the guests that we've had on, where I've really felt like, let me go through that actually. Wait, one. I agree. I think Gokanaru. I mean, he should upload more, but he's the perfect balance of like it's like a moment when he releases a video, and it's always a big deal. Like the Ethan Klein video, the Sneeko video. Come on. So good. It's so well done. I agree. I think if he wanted to do what he does, but try to do like a monthly upload or like a bi-weekly upload, I think it would, as all commentary content does, dissolve into just slop. I think he does it probably the best in the game. Easily. Who else is in the studio? We're in Hell. I don't think he has not been on my stream. I don't think he's like ever, because I think everyone else in the studio at some point, like Saplo was just here. I think everyone else has walked by at some point or stopped in. I think he's the only one who hasn't. Maybe him and a few other people. He's the only one who hasn't. But yeah, dope, well written, long form Yeah, we're pretty. I mean, he's a sick dude. Everyone gets along really well in the studio. He does just very like research heavy, long form, like well put together video essays on culture. Very well. Watch it. His Area 51 one is sick. You should watch that. His new one that he's working on, which I'm not going to spoil what the video is, but his new one's gonna be fucking fire. I'm very excited for it to come out. I don't think the studio is not very political. I think this is I got you on my elbow from watching Gerber Johnson. I think that is the biggest crossover of audiences is Gerber Johnson and me. If I go to my analytics and it's like your audience also watches, it's always What of Alt Hist and Gerber Johnson, which I'm fine with. I like the idea. Also, like my age, it's a lot of people who are like 25 to 34. That demographic. I like that demographic. I'd rather an older audience than a younger audience. You guys should have a slop main channel. Yeah, we should. It's the studio collectively as a channel. It's just slop. But yeah, the studio, I think this is a misconception because there's been some articles written about our little group, our little scene we got going on here, and we're not very political. I think privately, What If Alt Hist will almost definitely be on the pod. We haven't had him on yet, but he'll definitely be on the pod in the future. That's someone that me and Greg are both in contact with. Yeah, he's we're not super political in the sense that like we have a political goal. Yeah, it's like we're a collective. We're collective. We're not a we don't have some like big ideological thing we're like pushing for. We're political on our own channels, I guess, but like collectively we're not very political. Like we don't like talk about politics when we talk about like art and culture and shit when we're together. And like digital culture and social media. We don't talk about politics ever. Once Trudeau is out and needs money, he can come on our podcast for clout. That's good. Ben from Canada is also in our studio as well. Another infrequent uploader who just makes straight heat when he releases. Look at this. He has 9 videos beside that aren't music, like 9 video essays on movies. They're all under 20 minutes. His first one got 2.3 million views. They're just bangers. You should watch, like, if you want like really good editing, like his videos are like addicting. The editing is just so good. The arguments are so good. Very good analysis on art. His thesis is that like all movies are good. Yeah, all art is good. I like just love this I love this concept. But yeah, these videos are fucking great. I love his videos. Duncan Clark, same vein as We're in Hell, very similar as far as like just long, research heavy, very informative videos on sociology and philosophy. These are great videos. Afterlife tier list, yeah, that's fucking crazy. 2.6 million views. That's a fucking 2.4 million views on a 2-hour-long video is a lot of money. It's a lot of AdSense. Who else is here? We were all here today. Oh, One Dime. There we go. One Dime. He's doing his PhD right now, I think. Yeah, Duncan's videos are great. He also has a really nice voice. He's got just a really deep, slow voice. He's a really good mic. They're like, if you just want like a good video to chill the fuck out to, these are great. Yeah, One Dime's in a pod. One Time is in the part of the group as well. His videos are great. His videos are always like the editing's so good. I think he started putting himself... Is he in this video?
What capitalism is? Get fucked.
Now, you're not naive enough to think we're...
capitalist democracy that most critics
That's basically what he
face.
looks like.
I already know that there's going to be some wise guy in the comment section saying, it's like Canada, Sweden, full work on the structure of the.
Anyway, he makes great videos. Yeah, start on YouTube. You'll just the longer you wait to do something, you'll just regret the longer you wait, you'll just regret waiting. You will always, the second you start something, holy fuck, I'm so excited for the new Brody video. Oh my god. The second you start something, you will always regret not starting it sooner. That is just the nature of doing things as a human being. But for the love of fucking God, if you want to start something, do it yesterday. Just do it now. Never think like, oh, now is a bad time to start a YouTube channel. Now is a bad time to start my business. That's a stupid fucking thought. Do it immediately. Don't, the second the cope starts, ignore it. Just do it tomorrow. Start it. What else? Greg, we're in hell. Go Kanaru. Ben from Canada. Duncan, one dime. Me. Saplo. That's 8. Yeah. And then Jack is boy from the channel I just started is showing. Saplo is Gokanaru's editor. Then he has his own channel as well. His videos are pretty fun. I'm a fan of his videos. He just makes like fun like he just plays Minecraft alpha. He just plays alpha Minecraft and tells stories. Good channel. He also has the only upload of the stream that Sneeko did when Gokanaru got him to do the game with him that started the whole Sneeko Gokanaru video. So that's the only upload of that. Don't be afraid. Just like anything that's stopping you from doing something is it just ends up being cope. Like just do it. Don't be just like you just do it. Just do it scared. Like if you're scared, you're not gonna fully commit. Just like be scared and still do it. You know what I mean? Just it does not matter if you're there's no cope. Right? If for some reason it was a bad time to start a YouTube channel, do it at a bad time. Right? Like not doing it is worse than any outcome that will come from doing it. Just by definition, like pure logic, not doing it is always the worst option you could do. Doing it will always put you marginally better, at the very least, marginally better than not doing it. Chili committed to the guts of the project. Yeah. Get out of here. Anything? Coming up on 4 hours. Jeez, guys, come on. Anything else? Any other begging, burning questions? I can throw some out there before we finish up. I gotta go home and go to bed. I wish Brody was in the CCCRU. This is the best. Please, everyone go subscribe to Brody TV. This is the best YouTube channel on the fucking platform. Oh, it's so good. These videos are so fucking good. These are the stupidest fucking videos. They're so good. Why do they have so few views? I've watched so many of them. Why do they have so few views? Banned from VidCon. This is... this deserves 5 million views. The fact that this says 80K is a fucking sin. What is the font on the chat? It's really beautiful. I have no idea. It starts with an S. It was like a German name. It's like Schaufen, something like that. Oh, that was the other thing. Sorry, one more thing. Someone asked earlier. What is this? JJ McCullough and Drake talk about Destiny. Clip. Horseshoe Theory Pod. Why'd they cover my face? I know I'm the least famous person in this room as this is being filmed, but why cover my face? Why, come on. Oh, hydraulic beanbag. She horseshoe on my theory till I pod vast. It's true. Got here. Out of all the guests we've had that I truly felt I was like, damn, I'm out of place right now. I feel high vril. How are our shorts doing? Plastic Pills is very smart. Plastic Pills is a very intelligent person. I highly recommend watching his videos. Plastic Pills is great. The CJ podcast was fascinating. That was a great one. These two, Nathan Cheng and Yuri Daijin, they as well. I felt out of my element talking to them. I kind of wish that I had done more research. That was the one, actually, after this podcast, every podcast we've done since, I've tried to do a lot more research and like really get into the guests. Because this one I was like, I didn't know who they were. And Greg had been talking to them briefly and we just didn't know much about them. And then like when I was editing the podcast, this is so fucking stupid. This is such an embarrassment on my behalf. But you have to learn these lessons somehow. After editing the podcast and I was making the thumbnail. And I looked their names up to get pictures of their face for the fucking thumbnail. And I found out that they're both like famous independently for their fields of like vitality and then biochemistry. And Yuri had been on Brett Weinstein's podcast, and Nathan Chen has like 5 companies. And I was like, wow, we just like shitpost about Pessimaxing to 2 people who are like genuinely our most well-accomplished guests that we've had so far. So highly regret that. Besides that, everyone else, Josh is very intelligent too. Having Josh on, I was like, this guy is fucking bright. I love Josh's so much. Josh is a great guy. The Hegelian E-Girls podcast episode is doing well because they're fucking insane. They're fucking insane. Biochem manufactured Vulcan. What do you think of CJX's live show last week? He almost got me to tears at the end, actually. That was a beautiful, beautiful show. I'm Nova Scotian. I'm not from Ontario, so my perception of Albertans is pretty. Oh, what's up, bro? How you doing? Dude, I've been going for 4 hours. You want me to go till You want me to go till fucking 5 a.m.? Also, I have to up this timer now. $1:15. I haven't been reading the news. I've just been fucking keeping this fucking timer up as I ramble about other people. Albertans, yeah. I don't know. Albertans. There's some good Nova Scotian Albertan crossover that I really appreciate. We're pretty much like the same. We're the same type of people. We do the same types of things. So I think there's some good crossover there. How did I meet JJ McCullough? I met JJ McCullough when he was testifying in the Senate against Bill C-11. I was friends with Greg, actually. This was probably in February, maybe April 2022. And I was friends with Greg. And I was at work, and he messaged me. He's like, do you want to meet JJ McCullough? And I was like, yeah, I want to meet fucking. I've watched JJ since I was like in high school. Like, yeah, I want to fucking meet JJ McCullough. And he, so JJ was testifying at the Senate against Bill C-11 on behalf of, he was like the conservative pick to oppose the bill. And then afterwards, him and Greg were friends. So he went to Max, Greg's brother. He went to Max's apartment. And then I showed up and I was like, oh, cool. JJ's just like sitting in the room. He's like, hello, who are you? I'm like, I'm Brogan. He's like, oh, hello, Brogan. What do you like to think about? As the first question, it's like so stuck in my head. The first question he ever asked me was what I like to think about. I was like, damn. Oh, what a great question. What a great fucking opening question with somebody. Yeah, no, it's that's how I met him, and then we just hit it off very well. He's very kind. He's a very kind person, and he invited me to stay in Vancouver with him, and I did, and I stayed in Vancouver for 5 days, and we just like talked and walked for hours and hours and hours, and talked, and it's just very, very stimulating to talk to. Just a wealth of knowledge. Great guy. I'm a JJ stan. I'll stan JJ any day of the week. Also, there's 800,000 views on this podcast. Damn. If anybody here is not subscribed to the podcast, go subscribe to the podcast. Me and Greg do a podcast together. We do weekly releases. There'll be a video out tomorrow. It's our most popular short. We got shorts as well. Yeah, there'll be a new podcast out tomorrow with Claudia about ecofascism. And I get angry. I get very angry and I yell a lot about how stupid fucking ecofascism is. And how stupid people who think they know more than the sum total of the free market. So definitely watch that when it comes out. It's gonna be a fun episode. It's gonna be a baller fucking episode. Baller episode. Please watch that. After that, we have that coming up. We have an episode coming out with. We have 3 coming out. Let's see if this podcast is up here. Not the Stoa. What is his name? Mike Tremblay, who runs a Stoic podcast. We had him on. He's an actual Stoic philosopher, like PhD, specialized in Stoicism, studies Stoicism, does Muay Thai. Great guy. That's gonna be out after that. So like another a really good like academic heavy podcast. We get really into the meat and bones. Me and Greg are like steel man being against Stoicism and why you shouldn't be Stoic, and then kind of like just make him like argue his point over and over again. It's a very fun episode. That's gonna be out, and then after that we have Costanza, who is a Substack writer, and me and her debate. There she is, Costanza Pilastri. She's a feminist Substack writer, because she was staying by the studio, and me and her talk a lot about gender issues, just privately, while she was here, because she would talk about like feminism and like what men need, and I'd be like, well, I don't think men need that, and she was like, talking about how many feminists like don't actually talk to men or have an understanding of men's issues. So me and her basically just talk about men's issues and women's issues, and it was pretty good. It was a good episode. I think it went pretty well, pretty fun. And then We're in Hell. We're filming an episode with We're in Hell this week or next week. So after the one tomorrow, the Stoic guy, Costanza, the feminist debate, we are gonna have We're in Hell on to talk about dead internet theory. So we're doing good. There's a lot of fucking podcasts coming down the chute, guys. Oh, and Saplo's gonna be on as well. So get excited for the podcast. Go sub to the podcast. I feel like it's one of those things I have to like remind. My audience grows pretty steadily. I'm like, I think I probably accumulate like 4,000 subs a month, every month, and it goes up pretty consistently. So if you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the podcast. Horseshoe Theory Podcast. It's just its own YouTube channel. Horseshoe Theory Podcast. We're also on Spotify, Apple Music, and like any major podcast player you can think of. We're on all of them as well. Definitely subscribe to Horseshoe Theory. Fun fucking podcast. What episode of the podcast should you watch tonight before you go to sleep? Oh, what's a fun one? The Goku Naru one's really fun. It's very long, and he just autistically gets into like power games and internet drama for 3 hours. It's that's a fun episode. That one did actually. That was like a low episode when it came out, and then once he released his Sneeko video, that episode got like 50,000 plays. Yeah, that one's great. Definitely watch that. Where are we at? Is there anything else? 12:07 a.m. All right. Unless there's no like $1 million super chat asking a burning question, I think I'm gonna end things up now. Yeah, but somehow you listen to the guy Goku Naru's a wizard. Ooh, fuck. That was my 23. I hope no one fucking saw that. Coke rant, cabbage rolls. Alright, we got an hour. You got a question, B-Man. Thoughts on audio-only content? I think it's fun. It serves a purpose. Also, we have an hour and 15 for, next time, Friday night stream. Hour and 15 on the clock. Hopefully there's some new news to read. How to be a good father. How do you be a good father? I'm not a dad. I think just the principle of like once there's a child in the situation, you are no longer you. You are a provider of the child. And I think everything should be in service to providing for the child and making sure the child does their best. I think with most people, too, I mean, think about it like, do you care about making somebody happy in the moment, or do you care about the long-term outcome of someone's life and the long-term success of someone's life? Because if you care about someone's happiness in the moment because it's easier for you to mitigate conflict, you're just going to end up hurting people in the short term or in the long term. If you, lie to somebody to spare their feelings, it's the same way like you spoil a child to spare their feelings versus if you, long game it, the child's going to come out a lot better. My dad always told me, I'm not your friend, I'm your father. It was like he always like he'd get like angry at me. And he always say shit like that. And then at the time, you're like, fuck this guy. And then when you're like a man, you're like, oh God, I'm so happy. Like my dad raised me like that. Because he was, yeah. We were like, he was nice, but like he wasn't like my fucking buddy. He's my fucking dad. He was like my fucking guy. So there you go. Keep your children away from League of Legends. Limit screen time. Don't get them a phone. But also don't do things that are going to make them weird. I knew kids who like had screen time. Most of my formative memories as a teenager were built on Xbox Live Party Chat. Memories that I will carry with me my entire life. That's where I learned to socialize with people I went to high school with and junior high with, like people I knew in real life. But when I would meet them, we like played GTA 5 all night. And that's where we like, hashed it out. That's where we talked about ourselves. That's where we like figured out who we were. Was Xbox Live Party Chat. So there's certain things you can't like keep your kid away from screens forever because it's just like at the end of the day it's gonna make them weird. Yeah, helicopter parents makes kids fucking weird. Tips for less screen time: delete the apps on your phone and re-download them when you want to post, and then when you're done, delete the apps again. It's just putting the distance between you and the app, where it's like App Store, login, password, download, login, username, password, like all that shit. It just makes it so much easier to not doom scroll. And then when you're done, delete the app off your phone. Do you have a video on AI stuff? I thought I do have a video on AI. and art from a while ago. Decent video. Do you ever use ChatGPT? I talked about this in my last stream. I'll use ChatGPT to find like books. I'm like, give me like books on this topic, and we'll like make books up that don't exist. I'm like, give me like a book on this topic, or like a quote from an author about this topic, or like find research papers connected to this topic, stuff like that. Like I'll use it as a search engine, and I'll use the proofread. Actually, the best thing to use ChatGPT for as a YouTuber, because it's like genuinely pretty useless generating text. Like the text it generates is just like so garbage and weird. And I will put my entire essays into ChatGPT, and I'll be like,
/no, Sisho, PBS Spacetime, Isaac Arthur, Not Just Bikes, Adam something.
SciShow. I don't know. I know Not Just Bikes. I think I've watched Adam something. I know SciShow. Yeah, they're pretty good. I think like, mass market science edutainment is always a hole that needs to be filled more and more, because that's like a valuable resource. Good stuff. Also, I gotta add 5 minutes. What was I just talking about? Yeah, no, you can get to proofread essays pretty well. Like it understands basic logic very, very well. So if you put in an essay into ChatGPT and be like, find holes in this essay, find redundancies, find logical inconsistencies, it will do a very good job of doing it because it knows logic very well. So highly recommended for that. Like write an essay, put it in, it'll be like, you say this here, you say this here. These two things don't make any sense. That's a very good use for ChatGPT, genuinely. Okay. I think that's it for me. I have a little bit more work to do before I go to bed. I gotta get a podcast uploaded for tomorrow at 2 p.m. Horseshoe Theory Pod. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Did you read the script from my video on Discord? I did not read that yet. Exerbia is great. Yeah, I'll see you guys Friday night. I'll be back. Hour and 20 on the clock. Lots of news to read. Hopefully some fun stuff to read that's gonna make me want to fucking build a nuclear bunker. Hopefully, maybe, for the love of God, something might happen.